Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the regular council meeting of Monday, June 5th for Strathroy-Caradoc. The Municipality of Strathroy-Caradoc acknowledges that it is located on Treaty 21 territory. We are thankful to the generations of people who have taken care of this land, including the Chippewa of the Thames First Nation, the Munsee Delaware First Nation, and the Oneida Nation of the Thames. With that, I ask council if there are any declaration of pecuniary interests. Seeing and receiving none, we'll move to item 2. You will see during tonight's meeting, we have taken training and we will try to follow best practices by getting our recommendations motioned and then seconded prior to having our discussion. So we may stumble over that a bit and it may fall in and fall out of practice at tonight's meeting, but we will do our best as we all learn. Right now I'll turn it over to Councillor Kennis, our Chair of Finance.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. First item tonight with Finance is a presentation of the 2023 proposed budget. Normally, this is done as a presentation during the meeting where it's presented for final approval. So there is a recommendation that Council approve the 2023 recommended municipal budget with a tax increase of 2.95%. Increase, and further that positions recommended and taxed for in the 2023 budget, in the recommended municipal budget, be placed on hold until the new CAO is hired or council approves the hiring. Would someone be willing to move that? Councillor Brennan, seconded by Councillor Wilsey. And with that, I will turn it over to, I should mention the Finance Committee had about 8 meetings over the last few months to work at putting together a pretty ambitious budget for 2023. There's a number of capital items, and as we mentioned many times, we're in a growing community, and so the cost of operating a growing community continue to increase as well with things like inflation there as well. So with that, I will turn it over to Bill Dakin, who will provide us with a presentation on the proposed 2023 budget.
Thank you, Councillor Kens, and as I will just share my screen here. So as Councillor Kens, Chair of the Finance Committee, pointed out tonight, we bring forward the recommended 2023 budget after about 8 meetings. I'll just go through this slide and then slides, and then we'll, if there's any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them. So, as always, wanting to point out that as municipalities, we collect about 8 cents of every tax dollar paid in Canada. Meanwhile, as municipalities, we're responsible for over half of the country's core infrastructure. And one of the interesting things about municipal finances, we're always trying to find different revenue streams beyond taxation to deal with these long-term investments that we need to maintain these assets. Just a couple highlights here. Municipal debt will be paid down to about paid down by $800,000 in 2023, and by year end, our outstanding debt will be about 2.6. That does not include the debt that will be added in 2023 as course of this budget process that we went through. Municipal reserves continue to be rebuilt over time to finance capital projects. One of the keys here to point out is the majority of these reserves right now are being funded through our water and wastewater fees. There is certain percentages that are tax funded, but the lion's share of those reserves are being rebuilt using our fees, and taxation is the minority part of that. The other piece is the capital fleet program ensures that funding is available when equipment is needed to be replaced. The other factor involved in our municipal budget is that development charges are being better utilized to ensure that they pay for future development. And then last but not least, our OOMP funding, which is the Ontario Municipal Program funding, has been reduced again this year by about 25,000 in 23. So over since 2013, that we've seen a decrease in that fund of over $500,000, which represents about a 90% cut in funding. So you can see how there is obviously a need to continue to look at different revenue streams as we move forward. Here's a comparison of sort of the budgets from 2016 to 2023, and I will make a highlight on here that wasn't corrected. In 2022, we used, that was the 23 million in taxation was what was proposed when we did the budget in 2022, as we will recall, we needed to reduce that because of a change in the assessment numbers that we received. So that actually went down to about 20 million, 20.5 million instead of the 23, for an overall budget in 2022 of just under 61 million as opposed to the 23, the 63 million. 2.7 million needed to be cut in order to maintain the tax increase that was proposed by council. So with those numbers, you can sort of see how our budgets have continually increased over time. For this is a direct comparison to 22 tax increase to the 2023 proposed tax increase. So in 2022, we saw a 2.86% increase, and this year we're seeing 2.95. Again, just in accordance with our asset management plan, we're again setting aside 230,000 of the tax increase to be used to deal with those assets, as we talked about earlier, where we're responsible for all that infrastructure. Here is just sort of a global look at tax increases from 2015 to 2023, and you can see those there. This kind of gives you an overview. I won't dive too deep into it, but just an idea of the different service areas and the business units that the municipality runs and the taxation attributed to those. So here you see the overall picture on the total budget, and as you see, basically about 46% of our money that we receive for our budget comes from user fees. The next biggest portion is obviously taxation at about 23%, and you can see how it sort of moves from there for the overall 96 million that we're looking at this year. How does that break down as far as departments go? And you can see that the lion's share of our budget is involved engineering and public works or transportation. And then we move around from there into protective services and the different departments as it's broken down. But as we understand, there's always that the lion's share comes out of obviously our roads, which are a major portion, and water and wastewater, which is the engineering piece. So how do we come up with the 21.8 million that we're looking at this year? Where does it really come from? And you can see that the lion's share, 76% of it is residential taxation, and then it's broken down from there. And one of the things that we need to continue to look at is the distribution of our tax base. and the classes of our taxation. So we need to continue to look at ways to expand those different classes, industrial, commercial, and the such, so that we can continue to take some of the tax burden off the residential, but the lion's share of our tax comes from the residential. In our in 2022, basically 55% of our levy was made up by the municipality, 32% from the county, and 3% from education. And as we've already been discussing in the Finance Committee meetings, there's been a slight increase this year at the county level, so those numbers will shift when we actually do the tax bill. So there will be a little more away from the municipality, a little more towards the county, but the education portion remains the same. So what does this really look like for the average homeowner? And what we're looking at is basically for every 100,000 of assessment, in the average tax increase is $29.50. So given an example of a home assessed at $350,000, the average tax increase for the year for the municipal portion will be $73.71. So you can see here in 2022, that same house would have been taxed at about $2,500, and now it's about $2,572. So you can see that increase of the 2.95. Here sort of gives you, so we contribute every year to a study called BMA, and it looks at probably close to 400 of the 444 municipalities in the province, and it gives us an average of where we sit on the survey as well as in Southwest. So you can sort of see how we line up in our property taxes with Southwestern Ontario and the province at large. So if you look at, if we just go straight to, for instance, a detached bungalow, we're about 3,000. That's including both the county and ourselves. Average in the province is about 3,600, and then Southwest Ontario is about 3,300. So we're slightly below that level of taxation. That kind of sums up where things are at with the budget, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for Acting CAO Dakin at this point? The Mayor, sorry, Mayor.
That's okay, hopefully you can hear me, and don't forget Deputy Mayor, I'm up behind you there, but I want to just commend everyone who helped us through this process. Not just council and Acting CAO Dakin, but also staff for sharpening their pencils and getting us to where we need to be. And I know it's an increase, but as you said, Councilor McCannis, we're a growing community and we do need to start fixing things. So strictly just a comment. Thank you to everyone for their work during this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none then, I guess we'll call the vote. It was moved by Councillor Brennan and seconded by Councillor Wilsey to, I better find the right wording here. If I need to reread that.
Would you like to have the clerk read that?
That would be excellent, because it'll take me 2 hours to find out, so.
Okay. So moved by Councillor Brennan, seconded by Councillor Wilsey, that Council approve the 2023 recommended municipal budget with a tax rate increase of 2.95%, and further that the positions recommended and taxed for in the 2023 recommended municipal budget be placed on hold until a new CAO is hired or Council approves the hiring.
Thank you. All in favor? That's passed unanimously. So before I turn it back to the Deputy Mayor, just wanted to mention that There's much work to do in the months ahead as we hope to build our first multi-year budget. There are many capital projects that need to be completed in the coming years. You'll hear about 2 of them tonight, and so we have much work ahead of us in the years ahead. So with that, I turn it back to you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Next item, 2.2, is the Kovac Drain, Nowski Branch, 1968. Are we receiving a report on this? No, so we have the report in front of us. There is a recommendation that council accept the notice of request for major drain improvements on Kovac Drain, Buchnovsky Branch, and authorize Spread Associates to prepare an engineer's report on the matter. Do I have somebody to make that motion? Thank you, Councillor Hippel, seconded by Councillor Kennis. To council, any questions? Councillor Wilsey.
Looking at this, seeing that there's no staff report, I see a map that's looks like it's the original one from 1968. I guess what I don't know is what the issue is that we're asking to be approved the drainage for. If the municipality is responsible for any of the costs, what those costs are. But really, there's no staff report and no information. So I'm not sure what we're looking for, except the fact that we have an application with 3 people on it and a map from, looks like the 1960s.
Yes, Director Strauss.
Thank you through the Deputy Mayor to Councillor Wilsey. So this is a request for drain maintenance that was signed by Enbridge. So what had happened is when Enbridge went to install their new gas line, they actually drilled right through an existing municipal drain. So they have given us in writing that they're going to solely be responsible for all costs associated with this. So there is no cost to landowners or the municipality or anybody else. And to answer the question, Spread Associates will be doing a drain report, and that will come back to council once that's completed.
Thank you, Director. Is there any other questions from council? I see none. I'll call it to a vote then. The motion has been made. All in favor? That passes. Thank you. Next, we move to item 3, approval of minutes. We have 3 minutes to approve, and do we need independent, or can I do them all as one? Just one? So we have regular council meeting minutes of May 15th, Finance Committee minutes of May 16th, and Finance Committee meeting minutes of May 23rd, all of this year, 2023. Do I have a recommendation that the meeting minutes be approved as written? Councillor Palmer, seconded by Councillor Kennis. Any discussion, questions? All in favor? And that passes. Thank you. The next, item 4, communications. We have a recommendation that council receive the communication items for information. Prior to that, is there any councillor that wants one removed? Mayor Grantham.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'd like to discuss 4.8, the letter from Caradoc Sands regarding the Canada Day event. We're not there.
Are there any others that want to be pulled out? Councillor Hippel.
Yes, really quickly, it'll be 4.2 by Prince Edward County.
Thank you. Any others that you would like pulled out? I see none. Can we have a motion then to accept the the communications, save and accept 4.2 and 4.8 as items for information? Councillor Kennis, Councillor Brennan, all in favor of those? Thank you. Carried. Your worship, on 4.8, letter from Caradoc Sands Canada Day event.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. It was a great sentence that I read. Caradoc Sands, obviously, no position this year to have their Canada Day event. That was expressed through social media by the public. And I did have a question. I hadn't really discussed this fully with Director Littlemore, but I was wondering if we as a town could do anything, or is it too late in the year to try to tee something up?
Councillor Littleborn.
I just got a promotion.
Oh, sorry. No, that's actually a English. Director Littleborn.
Through the chair to Mayor Grantham, thank you for the question. It is, to be able to do any fireworks displays, it is well beyond the point of no return. We would actually have to hire licensed pyrotechnics. They book up in October. You're looking at between $1,000 to $1,200 per minute for a show. So if you're looking at a 20-minute show, you're going to be about $20,000. We could try to do something to expand the market on July 1st, because it is the Canada Day does fall on a Saturday this year. The challenge with that is trying to find staff who haven't already booked vacation and who will be out of town. One of the conversations that I've had with acting CAO Dakin is around maybe redirecting for this year and this year only is to redirect the $5,000 to Mount Bridges to help them execute their event and maybe do some cross promotion into Strathroy to help send some of our public there. Aside from that, the department will look for service clubs who may be interested in picking up the gauntlet that has been passed over from Caradoc Sands to see if we can find another community group who'd be interested in doing this. We did used to have, I believe it was Bethel Baptist Church, used to run them up at the Gemini. Before that, I understand that they were downtown. I don't think you'd ever get them to go downtown again for safety reasons, but the Gemini is definitely still an option. So we will do our best to find someone else. If not, and it's council's will, staff could look at executing an event, but it would cost probably the community $25,000 to $35,000 for municipal staff to execute an event like that.
Your Worship.
Thank you for that, Director Littleborn, and I just demoted you again. Thanks for the report. Tried something, but I think the idea of allocating funds and directing people to Mount Bridges seems like a wise one this year. We may have to revisit it next year, but I think for this year, it is what it is.
Your Worship, are you then making a motion to direct the $5,000 allocated to Caradoc Sands for the July 1st event to the Lions Club in Mount Bridges, I believe, for their Canada Day celebration?
I am. I will make that motion.
Do we have the Lions Club correct, Director?
No, it's a Delco Bridge fireworks.
Delco Bridge, so the mayor has made the motion, seconded by Councillor Brennan. Any other discussion on that? Councillor Wilsey.
Have we talked to that organization to see if they have room for all the extra people that would come from Strathroy, and maybe it's too late for them to do anything with the extra money at this point because we're only 3 weeks away? Like, has anyone talked to that organization about this proposal, or are we just doing this?
Staff, through the chair to Councillor Wilsey, staff have not approached any organization at this point, not knowing what council would like to do. We can always reach out to the organization and see what their status is. You can make the motion conditional on that they're willing to accept it. If they're not willing to accept it and don't think they have the space to accommodate the additional influx of people, then that money can then be turned back into the community partnership program, and it'll give us a little money throughout the year if something comes up.
Your Worship, would you like to amend your motion?
No, knowing how hard it is for community organizations to raise money in this day and age, even if they can accommodate the influx of people, I think it's a goodwill gesture from this council. We have the money. Again, it is very hard for community organizations to raise dollars. I believe it would be a good gesture on this council's part to give them those dollars.
So we have a motion, it's properly seconded. Councillor Feldman.
I just want to add, because I was chair of the fireworks committee before Bethel Baptist took it over, what Delco Ray will be facing is how much pop do they purchase, how many hot dogs do they buy, and they may require to overbuy because they don't know how many people they're going to get. So I would support the mayor's recommendation that the money be turned over to the Delco Bridge committee to do it as they please, so that they don't get themselves into trouble by trying to guess how much stuff they have to purchase.
Any other questions or comments from council? I see none. All in favor of the motion? Passes unanimously, thank you. Item 5, unfinished business, I see none listed. Oh, I'm sorry, where am I headed? 4.2. Oh, sorry. My apologies, Councillor. Yes, item 4.2 we need to deal with. Councillor.
Thank you very much. So knowing the community, knowing our municipality, knowing how we've grown, knowing the how full and overworked our WRC are, and the various organizations and community members that work tirelessly to make sure that we have safe places for people that are in need. When I read this, I thought this was a valued opinion, and speaking to the police, speaking to EMS, speaking to various people within the municipality. I just think this is something really important, and I wondered if this was something that we could kind of back, or I'm not entirely sure how you go about that, but I just thought that it was something to be worth considered within our council chambers.
Any other questions or comments? Do you have a motion that you want to move on that?
Well, I mean, yes and no, but I think this is something that I would like to, I don't know if we talk to somebody about this. Do I speak to WRC about this? Is this something that we do as council? Do we make a motion that this should be maybe further investigated and how this would help our community? I'm not entirely sure where we go from here, but it was definitely of interest. I think maybe Councillor Brennan would jump in.
What we might consider doing is taking at the section of the document that says, therefore be it resolved that. And there are two items there. The Renfrew inquest is important to all rural communities, and that council, in this case, we could say this council is committed to engaging with community partners to educate and support our residents about the seriousness and long-term consequences of gender-based violence in our community. I think if we did something like that, that would probably state the wishes of this council effectively, and I'd be willing to make that a motion.
So can I just clarify? Yes. The motion is then to support the County of Prince Edward's motion, or?
What I'm doing is I'm just pulling out from the therefore be it resolved that section. There are 2 bullet points.
Yes.
And I'm saying that those 2 bullet points form the basis of my motion.
So then it would be that Council of the Corporation of Strathroy-Caradoc.
That's what I said. Yeah. The 2 bullet points is just
those 2 bullet points. Okay, I just wanted to understand. Thank you very much. Do I have somebody to second that? No. Somebody to second it? Councillor Hipp. Questions and comments from council, and Councillor Derbyshire.
If we keep reading past those bullet points, then we get into where the Council and Corporation of Prince Edward declares that in accordance with recommendation 1 of the Renfrew inquest, that the intimate partner violence and violence against women are epidemic. That's all part of this 2-point bulletins. I don't know if we make it a friendly amendment. I don't know what recommendation 1 is.
Well, we didn't move that. We just moved the 2 bullet points.
It is part of the bullet.
No, I only moved the 2 bullet points.
But I'm just going to stop and show. It says and. It is part of the bulletin points.
But the motion that is on the floor is, we are simply stating that the Council of Strathroy-Caradoc recognizes that the Renfrew inquest is important to all rural communities. And this council is committed to engaging with community partners to educate and support our residents about the seriousness of long-term consequences and gender-based violence in our community. Stop.
Yes.
That's
That's the motion.
That's the motion. We're not going
So
any
we're
further.
not
with
taking the
document.
2 bullet points, we're stopping at
We're simply, that is
where
the
it says
motion.
and.
Yeah, that is the motion before us at the moment. And that's properly seconded, and Councillor Peltman.
Just to, if we're committed to educating the public, then maybe one thing that we might do in the future is invite the Women's Rural Resource Center to come speak in front of council to explain what current challenges they're facing. I did happen to be speaking to the director just 3 days ago about what happens when the women leave the shelter and how much support they require beyond their stay in the shelter. And there was a lot, and I considered myself a pretty well-educated man about what happens in this community and the extent to which they support the people that go through their system is incredible and well beyond my knowledge, so that might be a worthwhile exercise for us to do.
Appreciate that. I have one comment that we are recognizing that the Renfrew inquest is important to all communities. I do not know what the Renfrew inquest says. I'm sure it is important to all communities, but I personally don't know what it says. I'm not familiar with it. Doesn't mean I wouldn't support it. I will take that leap of faith that it is important, but I'm just pointing that out. Councillor Pelham.
Perhaps we could make a friendly amendment to say that intimate partner violence is an issue that is important to all rural communities, rather than specify the Renfrew inquest.
Councillor Brennan, if that would fall to you.
We just go with the middle bullet point, that might be a friendly amendment.
So then the motion then would be that the Council of Strathroy-Caradoc is committed to engaging with community partners to educate and support our residents about the seriousness of long-term consequences of gender-based violence in our community. Seconded by Councillor Hippel, I believe. So do you agree to that then?
Yes, I do.
So then that is now the motion on the floor. Any other comments about that motion? Seeing none, all in favor? Thank you. That carries. Now, I will move to unfinished business, item 5, and I see none.
Do we need to accept those 2 pieces of correspondence, or did we do that by accepting the motion?
Yeah, you have to accept those 2.
That's a good point.
Okay, yes, because we did pull those out for discussion, so you can certainly have another motion to further accept those 2 items for information as well.
Councillor Wilsey, you're making that motion then, seconded by Councillor Palmer. Any further discussion? None? All in favor? Thank you, and thank you for catching that, Councillor. I really want to get to item 5. I brought it up 3 times. Unfinished business, and the great thing is I see none. So, Councillor Kennis, I think this falls back to your purview as the Chair of Finances at 6.1.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. There's a few small items on the finance section tonight. The first one would be, actually there are 2 Section 357 applications. So the first one, I'm looking for a motion that the report finance 2023-20 be received for information and that the applications be approved for processing. Could I get a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Derbyshire and Councillor Wilsey. Just for information, I had to look up what Section 357 is. It's in the Municipal Act, and it allows for the refunding of property taxes where there's been an alteration to the property because of a fire or something like that. So with that, I will turn the first one over to Acting CAO Dakin to provide us any more information.
Thank you, Chair. So through you to council, what's before you is just the report on the request coming forward for a refund due to the removal of a building on the property, and they're looking for it for 21 and 22. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Any questions? Seeing none, it's moved and seconded. All in favor? And that is carried. 6.1.2, also an application for a refund under section 357. Get a mover and seconder on this one. Again, Councillor Derbyshire and Councillor Wilsey. CAO Dakin.
Similar to the previous report, this is same issue here. The difference is the house was demolished after the fire in 2018. So again, I'm open to any questions if there is any.
Any questions on this one? Seeing none, it's moved and seconded. All in favor? And that is carried as well. The final item, 6.1.3, is the tax rate bylaw. And so there is a recommendation that report Finance 2023-23 be received for information, and that the 2023 tax rate bylaw be approved. Someone make that motion. Deputy Mayor and Councillor Felkman. Before I turn it over to Director Dakin, just want to mention an important number there. To me anyway, was the difference in the assessment roll from 2022 to 23, so to 23, an $85 million increase in assessment. So basically, the value of new construction and all that kind of stuff assessed at an $85 million in assessed value to our tax roll. And with that, I'll turn it over to Acting CEO Dakin.
Thank you, Chair. Through the council, so this is just the bylaw that's attached now to the budget. With the budget being passed, this allows us then to levy the property taxes as outlined in the budget and the bylaw, which will come up in the bylaw section later tonight. Again, if there's any questions, I'm more than happy to answer those.
Any questions on this?
Yes.
Councillor Derbyshire.
On the assessed roll numbers, I just didn't know if it's a misprint or a typo, or where you have 3,269,591.000, and then the one below is 3,35 with commas as opposed to periods. So I didn't know if there's a correction to be made in one of those.
Through the chair to Councillor Derbyshire, that's correct. That decimal should be a comma, not a decimal. So it is the 3,269,591,000.
Okay.
Not the 3 million. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Seeing none, that's been moved by Deputy Mayor Maguire and seconded by Councillor Pelkman to accept this report and to recommend the bylaw for approval. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Back to you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Next up is 6.2, Building and Planning. We have two items up this evening. The first one, 6.2.1, Development Charge Indexing. Looking for a recommendation that Council receive the report and Council direct staff to index development charge fees. We are receiving a presentation on this, correct? So I'm going to ask for the presentation first from the director, and then I'll re-put the motion out there and put it on the floor for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. To Council, so the report before you is a report on development charge indexing, as was asked by Council on April 17th, 2023. So the purpose of indexing our development charges is really to ensure that our development charge keeps up with inflationary trends and is tied to the non-residential construction price index that is put out there on an annual basis. So there was a question at last council's meeting on the April 17th council meeting is if it's possible to deviate from that particular rate. It's not recommended because that's the particular rate that's recommended in the Development Charge Act itself, that be tied to it. We undertook an evaluation of a number of other municipalities in the area within the county. Everyone index on an annual basis except for two. One of them doesn't have a DC bylaw, the other one is going through an extensive update, at which point they will be indexing themselves. As well, there's some other areas that we looked at as well, I think Ingersoll, Woodstock, Oxford County, etc. I would note that if council wishes to index, the changes won't be retroactive. They would be as of the date of the decision and moving forward. The report also provides information on what that indexing would look like for our developments in Strathroy, Mount Bridges, and the rural area. If DCs are not indexed, really what happens then is that the price of the DC eligible capital projects, we anticipate what those costs are in the original background studies, but if they go up between the time that's studied to the time that the projects are actually done, then that burden is placed on the taxpayer rather than growth paying for growth. So I would just leave it at that. Happy to answer any questions and go from there. Thank you.
Thank you. So we are looking for a recommendation that report FIN-2023-20 be received for information and that the applications be approved for processing. Do I have somebody to make the motion? Councillor Brennan, thank you. Councillor Kennis, thank you. Discussion.
Excuse me, Deputy Mayor, I believe we're looking at the charge indexing.
Which one did I say?
The previous.
Oh, sorry, I'm reading the top of the page. So let's start that again. Development charge indexing BVP 2023-59 be received, and that council direct staff to index development charge fees annually. So Councillor Brennan, Councillor Kennis, thank you. My apologies once again. Questions or comments from staff? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? Thank you. Motion carries. Next item is the improvement applications for consideration, and once again we have a report from the director.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, Chair, to Council. This report provides a review of two CIP applications that we've received since last report to Council. There remains almost $500,000 of uncommitted funds for CIP grant applications. I will just quickly note that staff are continuing to take a number of inquiries. It does seem that these CIP application programs seem to be out there a little bit more in the public, which is great. And tonight's both applications have to do with the creation of secondary suites. So I just note that as part of the CIP program, we have program-specific eligibility requirements, and then we also have general eligibility requirements that apply to all applications. So the first one that we received for 52 Hickory Boulevard did not actually meet all of the eligibility criteria. One of them is that the value of the project itself has to be more than $1,500. Even though this is a project that otherwise would have met the criteria, it didn't meet that one particular element, so staff is not at this time recommending approval of that particular application. But I would note that the eligibility requirements for this particular one, the minimum amount of the project is at the discretion of the municipality. The other application that we moved forward was 2051 Lockwood Ave, also for the creation of a secondary suite in the basement. The total value of that project that's looking for funding is $3,500. Committee that sits to evaluate these applications comprises of the Director of Community Services, Finance, CAO or Acting CAO, as well as myself and the Economic Development Commissioner, as well as CIP Coordinator. We reviewed these applications, and the one application on Lockwood, we are recommending approval for a CIP grant program. And I will note that we have drafted an agreement. It is signed by the owners of that property as well, and that's attached to the council agenda tonight as well. So I'll leave it there, happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Excuse me. So we are looking for a recommendation that council receive this report, BBP-2023-69, for information, and further, that council approve David Vandenberg and Amanda Conash's application for funding through the additional unit program to the maximum amount of $3,520.54. Somebody make a motion. Councillor Kennis, seconded Councillor Hippel. Questions and comments from members? Councillor Derbyshire.
So I just make sure I heard it correctly. We can award the number 1, 2, even though it doesn't qualify because it's not over $1,500 or dollars. Sorry.
Through the chair to Councillor Derbyshire. So the wording of the CIP eligibility requirement for that particular element is that it is at the discretion of the municipality. So there is discretion in whether or not council wishes to fund that one or not.
Any follow-up?
Well, I would recommend that we grant that one too. It's $801. Yep, the mayor.
Yeah.
Mayor Grant.
I would agree with Councilor Derbyshire that we award number 1 also.
So we have a motion on the floor currently. Let's deal with these independent then. Thank you. So the clerk agrees with me. So let's deal with the motion that is on the floor currently, which is just the first one for the amount of $35.20.54. So do we have any further discussion on that one, Councillor Pelkman?
It applies for both of them, actually. When an application like this comes in, obviously these are now being converted to legal secondary suites. So would that mean also then that billing for such things as water and wastewater would also be rolled into that? Because I believe that those fees are per unit, are they not?
Director?
Sorry, through the chair. So am I correct that you're asking, are we providing a grant to cover those charges?
No, I'm just wondering that in the process of all things that the municipality does, now that you've got a house with 2 units rather than 1, are there 2 now minimum water and sewer charges applied to that residence, or would there just be 1?
Director Strauss?
Through the chair to Councillor Buckman, so we only provide 1 service per property, so as long as the property is not changing into 2 properties, and I don't believe it is, that we would still only charge that one fee per property.
Okay.
Any further questions on the motion for the 35.20.54, the first one? None? So all in favor of that? That carries, thank you. And then we do have a motion on the floor, moved by Councillor Derbyshire, seconded by His Worship Mayor Grantham, that council approve David Vandenberg and Amanda Conash's application for funding through additional unit program. Am I right?
I believe that's the one that has been approved.
Yeah.
The other
Does it
motion
not read
was
similar?
to award the first application.
So over to Director Huff, just for a moment, just for a clarification on the motion. It's the same 2 people applying for that also? So if the motion, how do we identify the 2 projects, I guess is my question for the motion.
Through the chair, I would suggest a reference to the address being 52 Hickory Boulevard for the next one, and the amount, the total amount would be $801 and
15 cents.
Yes.
Okay. So Councillor Derbyshire, are you okay with that amendment?
Yeah.
Just identifies the property and the amount.
Yeah.
Thank you. And Your Worship, you're okay with your seconded on that?
I am.
Thank you. So any other, Councillor Pelkman?
So is the total cost to bring this unit up to code the $1,500? Is that, or is there more costs that we don't see, but they just applied for a portion of that, of the funds that it would cost them to convert this unit over?
Director Huff.
Sure, through the chair to Councillor Peltman. So Table 1 outlines the types of fees and costs that are available for funding through the program. And so what they've done is they've submitted for a building permit fee, which can be up to 75%. Their building permit fee was $300, so that qualifies them for $225. And then there's a construction cost matching grant. And so they've provided 2 quotes. We'll provide 25% of the construction costs up to $15,000. So given the cost of the construction, then they'd be eligible for $576. And finally, the professional fee matching grant, which they didn't apply for. So there probably are some other costs, but they haven't applied for them. But really, the total cost of the project is, based on what they've provided us that we're aware of through the program, it's going to be about just over $3,000.
Any further questions or comments? None. I'll call the vote then on that motion. All in favor? Opposed? Passes. Thank you. Next item, 6.2.3, Property Maintenance Service Awards, and Director Huff. Is there a report on that you want to review?
There is, thank you, Chair. Okay, so this last report before you really is a report on the outcome of a tender for property maintenance services, and those are services that are really relating to our bylaw enforcement services. So when a property, when we receive a bylaw enforcement complaint, it largely deals with property cleanups or long grass. We provide an opportunity for the homeowner to make the appropriate steps to bring their property back up into compliance. If they fail to do so, under the Municipal Act, we have authority to do the work ourselves and then charge back. In the past, what we've done is we've hired a local contractor in an effort to provide an equal opportunity and a maybe more transparent process and access to a tender for this work. What we did is we did a full tender process to secure a contract. So in the process of that, we received 2 bids. Both had very excellent references, I will say. However, one of the bidders came out more competitively priced, and as well was able to respond to requests for work in a quicker fashion. And so that was important to us as well. So I would just say also that again, limited financial implications for us as a municipality because most of the work does get billed out back to the property owner. And then also this contract is for a 1-year term with a potential for an extension for 2 years based on performance and renegotiation. So I'll leave it at that, but happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a recommendation that Council receive report BBP-2023-48 for information, and that Council award the property maintenance services to 1954886 Ontario Limited. Somebody to make the motion, please. Councillor Pammer, seconded Councillor Hippel. Any further comments or questions from Council? I see none. All in favor? Opposed? Abstained?
Sorry. Wasn't really paying attention.
You're abstaining, okay.
Sure, I'll abstain.
Thank you, that passes. Next is Community Services, 6.3, so that would be Councillor Derbyshire.
Well, I'm going to turn this over to our head of Community Service, Director Lilborn.
Thank you, Chair. So the first report in front of you this evening is a request for tender award for some fencing repairs. We have a number of repairs that need to be conducted throughout the municipality, both within Strathroy as well as Mount Bridges. We did an audit earlier this year, and it was determined that we don't have the resources to be able to effectively do the maintenance that needs to be done, and we felt the most prudent and cost-effective way would be to do a tender and then contract this work out. There was, in the recently approved budget, $50,000 identified for this work to be performed, and then you'll see in front of you this evening that we're recommending a company by the name of Top Canada to conduct this work.
All right, so I guess we'll be looking for someone to make the motion that council approves the fence repair tender awarded to Top Canada. Councillor Pelkman, seconded by Councillor Kennis. We'll open it up, I guess, for discussion.
Can I just make a comment? Would you consider just amending your call for a motion to receive the report, CS 2023-10 tilted
Yes.
Fencing repair tender award, and receive for information, and further the second part as written on our agenda?
So we'll do that. Read the wrong line? That's good.
Just yeah. Well,
No, that's perfect. Good call.
And then you'll want to call for your motion to be that way.
Okay.
By your motioner and your seconder. Thank you.
All right. I'm going to have the motion as the report CS 2310 titled Fence Repair Tender Award be received for information, and further that council approve the fencing repair tender to Top Canada. Still good? Councillor?
I agree to that change.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, and then we'll open it up for questions or discussion. Councillor Wilsey?
Just looking through it, I don't see what the actual bid amount was. Confirm it was over or under budget of the 50,000, and by how much?
Through the chair to Councillor Wilsey, this is a maintenance budget, so when we hit the $50,000, we will stop.
Okay. Anybody else with any questions, concerns, comments? Excellent. Okay, we'll put it to a vote. All four? All opposed? Oh, that's unanimous. Winning. I like the opposed portion. All right, now we'll move on to 6.3.2, B-class costing for new station. Director Lilborn, I'll turn this over to you.
Thank you, Councillor Derbyshire. The report in front of you this evening, I'll quickly go through it, and then I'm going to pass the baton over to Mike Holt from A-Link to do a quick presentation. So the report in front of you this evening really just outlines the steps in which how we've gotten to where we are. We started out back doing a site plan. Along with the site plan, we identified we needed to do a road closure. Council approved the closure of Zimmerman Street to accommodate the new orientation of the fire hall, which now opens out onto Metcalf Street. You'll notice that with the closing of Zimmerman Street, it's the alleyway, I forget the exact name of it now, we would be closing off the access to that alley from Zimmerman, but we still have access from Arthur Street, so there's no effect to the residents. We did mail a letter out to the residents 150 meters of the fire hall asking if there were any concerns or questions. There were none identified with regard specifically to the hall. And then again, we've council approved the closing of that road. It has allowed us now to move on to the detailed costing, which is what we refer to as a Class B costing, which has come in at $7.7 million before HST. We are hoping that council will agree with us to go out to tender mid-October for a construction start date of January of 2024. Again, staff are recommending the $10 million that we've already previously identified in previous reports to maintain that budgeted number. because of some exclusions that were identified in the Class B costings. And although many of the items came back positive, such as soil samples and geotechnical and all of that, we would be very concerned if at some point in time we go and start digging a hole and we need to dewater. And we didn't have the funds to do so. So again, it's a budgeted number, which at the time the RFP would come back would be the time that we would consider augmenting that number. So I'm going to pass the microphone over to Mike Holt, who is a partner with A-Link Architect, or A-Plus Link Architect, and for a quick presentation.
Before you start your presentation, having reviewed the recommendation and the motions that are going to be called, I'm declaring a pecuniary interest. As I own property which does have access through that lane that you mentioned off of Arthur Street. I don't know the name of it, but I do have ownership. So I am going to declare pecuniary interest. I'm going to remove myself from the chair seat, and I will give the chair to Councillor Peltman.
All right. Unexpected turn of events. We'll go with the flow.
I just realized it, so.
So I guess we will go with the presentation from A-Plus Link. Mike, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. It's going to go full screen here. Okay, hope everyone can hear me. Strathroy-Caradoc Fire Station number 1. This is going to be a high-level overview. The challenge, obviously, is we've been working on this since May of last year. So how do I synthesize all the work that we've done in 5 minutes? Well, I'll try. So here we go. Okay, so overview of what we're going to look at. Schedule, so when, scope, what are we doing, cost, how much is this, as Rob has already mentioned, the costing, and then next steps. So when are we? We're about 60% done the architectural drawings. We started in May of 2022, and that included programming, site analysis, and concepts with the fire department and municipal staff. With that, then it led us to keeping the site, maintaining the site, and finding a solution for the site itself, which I'll speak to. Schematic design occurred in fall of 2022 with a Class C costing, so high-level costing, which is basically on 100% architectural schematic drawings, plus some high-level concepts of the engineering, so site engineering and mechanical, electrical, structural. So we received that in February of 2023, and with that, we've kept going, work continues. So design development, as I mentioned, we've submitted for site plan approval March 2023. Following that as well, the architectural engineering drawings are progressing quite well, which includes code and systems, assemblies, materials. And with all of that information, that 60% set, we then turn that into a Class B costing set, which we received back from the consultant of May 2023. So today, we have a council presentation. You can see on the diagram there where we're at. So we're about 3/4 done the design and drawings, but we're about roughly maybe halfway through the lifespan of the project, because construction takes up a good chunk at the end. So really the next steps, which I'll speak to at the end, is to continue the construction drawings as we are right now, getting prepared for a permit submission, finalizing the site plan agreements, eventually tendering it, which then we'll see the true value of the costs, award, and then a construction starts. So as mentioned, the goal is to be tender ready for October. That leaves us award for basically November, ideally get everything buttoned up before the Christmas holidays in December, and then have construction start. We do have some grace in the costs with escalation, as I'll speak to. So we could push things back a little bit if needed, but we can also meet the deadline of the schedule that we've set up. So what's the vision? So the vision really is it's a purpose-built fire station. So here's some historical photos here of Strathroy. And really, it's a connection to the community. It's to honor the past and really be forward and future forward in the building design. And I'll speak to that. It being central, it being in its place right now for servicing. So really, there's no real change to the level of operations and service if we're staying on the same site. And there's benefits to that. Because it's a new build, it's a safe and healthy building, which is paramount. Adaptable, which I'll speak to. It just being functional because, again, this is a new build. We have the opportunity to build it how it should be built. Durability is key. This is a post-disaster fire station. It's important that this building will stand the test of time. Accessible. Accessibility is huge. And also environmentally responsible. So although we're not going for LEED certification or Green Globe certification, as a firm, we're stewards of the earth, so our projects must have some level of green in it. It's in our model of our company, preserve, create, and sustain. It's important to look forward to the future. And there's parts and orientation, for instance, of the building, which we'll speak to as I get to the design. So really there's a service change that's occurring here. We've heard growth actually a bunch of times tonight, that the community is growing. So what do we need? And currently it's a volunteer fire department, volunteer based. And so in the middle there, the goal is to set this up for 5 full-time staff, 5 days a week, plus volunteers, of course. But eventually, this could be 24 hours, 7 days a week, staff and services, and maybe there's still volunteers. So again, it's looking to the future. What can we do to future-proof this, make a renovation in the future a little bit easier? There's ways to set the building design. So build with the future in sight. So programming and scope. It's 3-bay apparatus bay. It's about 60 by 90. So there's overhead doors on both sides for access onto Metcalf and East Center, and I'll show you the plans and the site plan. And you can see the rendering on the left-hand side. There's an apparatus bay annex onto one side, so gear bunker, storage, laundry, personnel, cleaning, and the support spaces, scuba, mechanical, electrical tools, all that kind of stuff. It's really the kind of dirty side, in quotations, of the building. And on the clean side, you have the admin and the offices, the training room, which is also a backup EOC. There's a kitchen component, which is partially there for the training room. It doubles because of adjacency, but also for future proofing again for potentially 24-hour service. Washrooms and support spaces, that's a given. We're doing the building. Storage is critical. And then rough-ins, as I mentioned, for the future residential dorm, which we'll look at. So here's where we are. Everyone should know where the building is. So, as all projects have, there's challenges and opportunities. So a couple of the site challenges, is the existing fire station, it must remain in operation. Like, there's nowhere for it to move to while we build a new one. So how do we make that work? As well as just size of the existing parcel, it's just not big enough to construct a new building. You can just see, look at the blue box of what you have versus the yellow of the site around it. You just don't have enough space. So through the initial exercises, really the solutions were, one, merge Zimmerman with the parcel, so you can see it's just graphics. It's now much bigger. Obviously there's a con with that. I believe it is called East Alley, is what the alley is called, people were referencing. But now we have the space to construct, and through phase construction, which will be written out in the tender documents, there is a way to construct the new, maintain operations, and then demolish the existing. So here's the idea of phasing. So hoarding off, basically we'll call it the southwest side of the existing. Access for the fire department is going to have to be through the east side. You do not have the flow through the building. We have to provide enough space for the contractor to construct the new and have laydown space. Next phase is construct the new fire station. And then really phase 3 is occupy. We have to get occupancy of the new fire station. So in that kind of transition period, we'll call it, access will be onto Metcalfe only. We will not have the flow through. Again, we have to kind of work around what's here. And you can see also for scale, the size of the new build versus the existing. Next phase is demolish the existing. Next phase is finish the construction on the north side. So really it's completion of the north parking lot. Potentially the storage building could be built at the same time, ideally, as the building. Potentially the contractor may see it more advantageous to build it after. We have to leave some flexibility in the tender docs because that does affect costing in the end. So but we are looking at how to phase this project out. So in the end, what do we have? So we have a flow through from East Center at the north side of the drawing to Metcalfe. That's basically how operations will work. So now you have either turning east or west onto Metcalfe to go to emergency. It also sets up a street line, or maintains the street line, if you will, of Metcalfe. The building couldn't be turned to match the housing just based off of having this flow through. We really tried all iterations. The main bulk of the parking, actually all the parking, is going to be on the north side. That allows, though, the larger chunk of asphalt to be used also for training. Training access will be through the side of the building, which I'll speak to for emergency operations, and there's a reason why we have a separate entrance for training, because building security and just access. The main entrance really is from East Center, and that will be the public access. Very few parking right out front. There will be a canopy as well. So the stats of the building, if you're curious, I threw them up here. So existing building is about 7,700 square feet. The new, which is a mezzanine, ground floor plus mezzanine, is about 14. So we're basically doubling the size. There's also a storage building as well for additional storage, which you can see there is a smaller red box to the north side. The building height to peak is about 38 feet. This meets all zoning requirements and regulations. We've had great conversations with the city. Again, that was through the site plan approval process. So here's a floor plan if you're curious. The blue space in the middle is the apparatus bay, as I spoke to. The purple side is the dirty side, and then the green is the admin office kitchen, and then the orange is the training room. So the idea with this, and just good design principles of fire station design, is to separate the contaminated spaces from the other spaces. The building code enforces this already because the purple and the blue space, for instance, are F2 occupancies, and the orange and the green are D occupancies. So we already have fire ratings, we already have separations between the two, but it's actually the design of the spaces and how we lay out each of the spaces is critical. And I don't really want to go into the weeds too far because we could spend an hour speaking to that. But we have looked at best principles for fire station design, and you're kind of seeing it on the screen. So what do we have? We have drive-through access, we have zoning, as I mentioned, clean and dirty spaces. We have our separations, which are a requirement. There's a clean delineation between public and private spaces. The public basically can come into the green portion. They're met right away with a vestibule, secure vestibule, which leads you into reception, so you actually have someone to see you and meet you and greet you, take you where you need to go. You really can't get any further into the building, though, going through the green. If you're coming in for training or emergency operations, there's actually a side access, which you can see in the renderings with the canopy. So you have sheltered, walk through, you get to the side access, and you can come into basically the orange box there for training or for emergency operations. So the building is set up with these levels of security built into it. Upstairs, it's a mezzanine, it's not a second floor, so that means it is exposed to the apparatus bay. So you can see the apparatus bay is still the big box there. Adjacent to that, we have stairs that take us up to a mezzanine for storage. The yellow space is an enclosed mezzanine, where the blue is an open mezzanine. So the enclosed mezzanine, the intent is to construct those walls immediately, and that will eventually turn into the future dorm for the staff. Again, big picture, we're sprinkling this building. We really want to have all our fire rings in place, rough everything in, have the plumbing in place for the future washrooms that need to be there. So then when you turn around in the end, you know, maybe in 10 years, the reno is a lot more simplified because it's been thought of. We have roof access as well, kind of goes without saying. Potential for a green roof at the canopy. We also have solar panels as well on the apparatus space. The existing fire station has solar. The intent is to move that over. So you can see that in the aerial photo here of the site. So we're on Metcalf at an aerial view. So there's the 3 apparatus bays, excuse me, signage out front. And then, yeah, and then we turn the other side. And here's the view from East Center, so parking, storage building, entry, canopy, as well as the garbage, snow storage, all the stuff you need to have. So here's some views, just show you for scale. Why do we have engine house across the canopy? So we did take inspirations from the photos that I previously showed you of the old fire stations in town. It's not the current one. They have interesting detailing, bracketry, this low eyebrow canopy, and the engine house across the top. So we thought it played homage to what was the original fire stations in town. Why are we doing red brick? Well, red brick is there to mimic what we kind of have here at Town Hall. There's going to be some interesting soldier course detailing in that as well. The gray, the two-tone gray, really is just neutral panels. Very cost-effective materiality. We're not really breaking the bank here at all. And then red canopies, fire station, you know, put a little punch to it. Potentially the green roof as well on the canopy at the entrance. Kind of zoom in a little bit here. So durable, long-lasting materials, don't take a lot of maintenance. Again, you're putting money towards this. You want to be prudent how you spend your money. So that's all well and good. Costs. So what we do in our projects, we have milestone costing. So we have a cost consultant, part of the team. They're actually a local contractor. They do daily costing and constructing of projects. They're in the weeds in that sense. As you all know and probably have heard, cost of construction has accelerated the last 3 years. A great example, steel is 40% more expensive than it was last year. So it's really hard to say, oh, it's $400 a square foot. Oh, it's $350 a square foot. Those days are gone. So a part of that is we do design. The design informs the cost estimate. The cost estimate informs the design, which informs the next cost estimate. We have to have milestone costings set into projects, and that's what we do. So as I mentioned, we have our Class C costing, which is completed. We have our Class B, which is, again, the design's getting more and more refined. What is the cost of that? Do we need to circle back? The only real way nowadays is to make it cheaper is to actually cut square footage. That's by far the most easiest way to cut costs. It's really hard to find cost savings other ways, but we do our best. So for this project, we have a Class C that's completed. We have a Class B that's completed. Really the next steps is to take it to tender and just see what the true value is. I'm not going to zoom in on the cost estimate. I'm sure Rob could provide it to everyone if they needed it as a reference. I'll just give you a high-level overview of what it is. So Class B costing $7.6 million. That's plus HST, or additional to. The way it's broken out, so across the top, we have 4 columns, which is broken into site, building, the storage building, and the demolition of the existing. So it's all accounted for in the scope. There it is there if you're curious, and then it summarizes at the bottom. The next column over is allowances. That includes FF&E, so furniture, equipment, fit up. There's also some construction allowances, so testing, inspection, hydro connections for this building, There's a list of items that is included in the support documentation for the Class B costing, which I'm sure you could also review. At the far right-hand side of the costing, at the top there's 3 columns which really relate to the contractor. And there's a lot of variabilities in those 3 lines. And so as a starting point, they're basically percentages off of the bottom line is what they're based off of. There's the general conditions, which is everything the contractor needs really to construct this. So staffing, winter heating, for instance, if that's a thing. There's a bunch of other items that, and again, that's all listed in the support documentation. There's overhead and profit, of course, and then there's insurance and bonding, which is required. And in between that, there's a contingency. So right now, the contingency is $500,000, a little over $500,000. So because we're at 60% design drawings, it's not 100%. It's not final. We have to get to there. But we have to be covered somehow. So there's basically a little percentage for design contingency because there's some unknowns. There's a little bit of percentage in contingency for budget, which is basically escalation, because we're not tendering this today, we're tendering it in December, or October, etc. And then there's also the contingency for the construction. So as we all know, when you do projects, things come up. So it is good to have a little bit of contingency in there. But when you see $500,000 contingency, that really does affect that $7.6 million line. So the Class C was, I think, 6.9, and we're at 7.6. So we're all within the range still. So still lots of work to go, but we're getting there. So next steps, as I mentioned, continue with the construction drawings and get the permit submission in, and then a tender as well. Ideally tender in the fall, and award in the early winter months to get the construction moving. Yeah, thank you.
So,
I believe I've got the chair, so.
oh, okay.
Yep. So I'll read the recommendation first, because in the way that we were doing things, that the recommendation be read, made a motion and seconded, and then we'll have discussion, and there can be friendly amendments or defeat of the motion or approval of the motion, I guess would be the 3 options. I know it makes me very uncomfortable because that's not the way we've done things for 28 years, so. But I will call the motion first, or did you have a question about process?
I was maybe going to make a suggestion that we do it as 4, as opposed to trying to vote on all 4 of these recommendations. Do them individually as we receive this for information first, and then that we approve the site location of Center Street. Like, if you want to throw them all together, then we can do that too.
Greg, did you have a suggestion? Councilor Wilsey, sorry.
I have no issue with the first one, but I have comments and quite a few questions on the last 3 that I don't believe are answered yet. So I would like to see them split into 4.
Yes, John?
I'll make the motion to proceed all at once. I'll make that motion.
All right. I think that's entirely the way I would
I'm just going to make the motion as it's stated and look for a seconder.
So I'm going to read it for the public. The recommendation that council receive report CS 2023-11 titled Class B costing of New Station 1 for information, and further that council approves the location of 220 East Center Street for the New Station 1, and further that council approves allocating $10 million to the 2024 capital budget for the New Station 1, and further that council directs staff to issue the request for tender for the New Station 1 in early to mid-October for a construction start date of early January 2024. So I need a seconder for that motion. Councilor Hipples seconds that motion. So now we'll have discussion. Would you like to lead, Councilor Derbyshire?
To me, I would receive it for information. On the location of it and the spending of the money and requesting for tender, does this mean we are approving the whole thing and it's a go forward? Is that what this is, so.
Yes, that would be what it is.
So then it's getting done the way it is, without going through our multi-year budget, which is coming up. We're just gonna say, we're in for 10 million. I guess that's what I would ask council. If this is how you want this to go, then it will be the will.
Yes, Director Lilburn.
Through the chair to Councillor Derbyshire, council has an opportunity when the tender comes back to approve the tender or not approve the tender. So if the budget comes back at, the $10 million is identified as a budget number, and if the tender comes back at 13 million, council may say no. If the budget comes, or the tender comes back at 9 million, council may say no. You still have another opportunity at this point to not proceed with the project at the time of awarding the tender. What we're doing tonight is moving forward the action items that were identified in the fire master plan for action, which was the location of the current location of the current hall, and then moving forward the design so we can continue on the process with the construction drawings too, because as Mr. Holt indicated, we're about 60% complete for construction drawings, so we need to continue to go further. We go out for tender, the budget comes back or the tender comes back, and then council has another opportunity at that time to say yes or no.
Councillor Wilson.
I've got a few points just to bring up. One, with the location. We've got the same number of fire apparatus in this building as we have in the current hall. If we need any expansion, we have to build a new fire hall. There's no way with things on both sides of those bays that we can ever expand this if we need another apparatus. So I have an issue with the expandability of the design. With that, gives me an issue with the location of it because there's no room to expand on this property. There's no more width. We're almost at houses on both sides. So I've got an issue with the location. When we look at the information that we looked at on, this is all based on the WSP and the Fire Master Plan that is coming on 3 years old. Before our boundary expansion that's coming up, just talking about the boundary expansion, Director Strauss and engineering has said that we can't even look at water and wastewater projects that are required for systems that are over capacity until this is done, but we're gonna build a fire hall for this. In addition, we had $8 million of capital projects this year, and we had to finance more than $4 million of that. To put 10 million on there, this is a huge tax increase, and somebody's gonna have to pay for that. And yeah, with all that, I think it should be deferred to the multi-year budget, because this is gonna be the same thing as happened earlier this year, when we committed to $7 million of capital projects to redo all the streets in Strathroy, which are fine. It's fine that we're doing that, I'm not opposed to that. However, we had to borrow $4 million to be able to do that, and we don't even know what our budget is gonna be like for next year. Are we gonna forego all capital? We don't have a plan for how we're getting that money. I have an issue with those 3 points. I'm not saying we stop it, I'm not saying we don't build it. I'm saying we need more information, and that I don't believe we should keep going spending money on a drawing and a building and a location where we don't know if it's the correct one for the long-term future of the municipality.
Councillor Paul.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm just gonna say my 2 cents. One of the things that we've been talking about through budget was we were, this council has had a lot of infrastructure, a lot of things being hit at us. Monetarily, and the expansion of our communities, community as a whole it's blowing up, which isn't a bad thing, it's a great thing. But sometimes we get behind the 8 ball. So obviously fire and emergency services is near and dear to my heart, and this is what we've been working on for the last, I guess, 4.5 years. Looking at this, looking at how we can improve to make the services better for our the people that live and work in our municipality, as well as the men and women who work as firefighters, as emergency services that protect us and help us and keep us safe. So saying that, I guess all I'm saying is the reason I get that there's no room to expand. I do understand that, but at the same time, we've got an incredible amount of vulnerable occupancies. We've got a large amount of industrial, and I personally think that this is a great spot for it. Expansion moving forward, I guess that's something that we're gonna have to look at, because we don't wanna build for right now. We want to build what we're doing, we want to build for the future. This is what we're doing all the time. When we talk about the things that we're doing, we're not doing it for us. I mean, in the immediate, we're doing it for now, 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road. So yes, expansion is important, but at the same time, the longer we leave this, I mean, the worse things are going to get. And I really think that when we were always talking about kicking the can, I don't want to kick the can anymore. I want to get, I mean, there's got to be, I'm sure there's tweaks and there's all sorts of things that need to be done in the meantime. But I think I think this is really important. And obviously I'm in agreement of this, but that's just my opinion.
Before I go back to you, Councillor Wilsey, perhaps I will, Mayor Grantham, do you mind if I go to Chief Smith first before your comment?
No, go ahead.
All right. Since the issue about expandability has been raised, and I think it's an issue worth some discussion.
And bring a report.
I'm just gonna ask where you see additional fire equipment, or how that would be handled in the future.
Through the chair to council, when we designed this station, we did design it with all the existing equipment that we have. We would be obviously replacing equipment as it comes due, but not adding any additional equipment. We don't need to. Any further additions to the fleet would mean an additional fire hall. You know, Odin, probably the industrial section would be likely, but again, that would be considering having to build a second station in Strathroy.
And do you have an estimation and size of population that might be required?
I think looking at the projections that were given, and I believe it's around 20, I'm going to look to the director for assistance, 2032, we're in the 32,000 range population-wise, if that's correct, Jennifer?
So through the chair to council, I would just note that, so definitely the fire location study that was used and numbers provided in the master plan reflected the most recent 25-year population projections that all of our master planning processes have been based on. That's to 2046, and I think the end population was about 36,000. I can't remember exactly what it was going to be at that particular time, but for the full 25-year projection, it was about 36,000 people, and that was underpinning that study.
All right, Mayor Grantham.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Falkman. I am going to vote in favor of this, all four, and I'm going to state why. Words matter sometimes. If you read number 3, it reads, council approves allocating. It does not say approve the spending of, just approve allocating. I also know the tender process, if it did come in higher, we could always adjust. But this is one where I believe time matters. We have asked the chief and the deputy chief to prepare a report on the health and safety of the firefighters. And time matters. To me, that's the most paramount thing, getting this done in a timely manner, is the health and safety of our firefighters. There will always be questions about cost and where it should go. We do need to consider the health and safety when that report comes. Look forward to it. But again, words matter. All we're doing here is parking money, parking a spot. We're not approving the spending of money. We're just putting a placeholder on the budget. So when it comes time, I will be voting in favor of all 4 recommendations. Thanks, Councilor.
Councilor Brandon.
If there's no more discussion, I'd call the motion with a recorded vote.
There is still more discussion.
I didn't see any hands up, that's why I said that. Okay.
Okay, well,
I still want it to be a recorded vote.
Councilor Wilsey? Councilor Wilsey?
So, two things on that. When we talk about building for the future, for the fire hall that we're building a fire hall with the same number of bays that we currently have for our existing equipment. That is not building for the future. That is building like for like. We're building more storage, we're building more area for decontamination. Except for that, we're asking our firefighters to stay in their same area for the next 2 years and actually work around other buildings and impede their ability for fire safety for the next 2 years while we build this hall. I would suggest there's some other options, ones I don't know if we've looked at. We could move administration out of that fire hall, give them that area for their decontamination, and then keep that fire hall so that that would actually be able to service the north side. Because if we're talking the way Chief Smith has said that we need another fire hall in 2032, we won't even have this one paid off and we'll be looking to build another one. We're not building for the future if we build this. My thought is that we should look at renovations to the current fire hall, maybe move this one to a different location, which time to be determined after we do the settlement boundary adjustment and we see where Strathroy's going. But I would say that we only accept the first part and defer the next three.
Councilor Palmer?
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with Councilor Wilsey that it doesn't feel like, particularly when the architect showed us the drawings and how boxed in we are at this site, that there is room for growth in this particular site with this particular plan. And if we're going to make a $10 million investment, I think certainly the community would expect that that's going to serve us well for the next, I would hope, 20 years. Certainly more than 7 or 8. So I guess my question goes back to whether, I know a lot of work has been done previous to this council. So why, perhaps you could just summarize why we ended up going here with 3 bays and not to another site which maybe would have potential for growth?
I'm assuming that's addressed to Chief Smith.
Whoever would be the appropriate person, yeah.
So the site was selected in that it's still probably our best location within the Municipality of Strathroy for response. There was reports also brought forward that talked about where our firefighters live, and the majority of them live on this side. It talks about where our responses are, where our high-risk properties are within the municipality, and they're on this side of the track. We have Mount Bridges, and we already have a policy in place that when there is a crossing issue, they can come in. They can come in to the other side. This hall is double the size of the current hall. I don't know where the apparatus floor bid is coming from, because the apparatus floor is significantly larger in this station than what we currently have. It's also too deep. So it's 3 bays, but it's 90 feet deep. We modeled every current piece of equipment we have inside of this plan to ensure that we had more than adequate space to store all the equipment that we have. The purpose of the auxiliary building was that to build it's significantly less money than increasing the footprint of a post-disaster structure. So the building, the fire hall proper itself. And things that don't need necessarily heated storage or to, let's say, take up the valuable space of a fire hall, they can be moved to that auxiliary building. But it is significantly larger. We do believe it's in the right location. And I misspoke when I said 2032, and Jen corrected that is 2046 that the projection is out to for population. So in the next 20 years, yes, I do believe with current growth and continual growth, there'll likely be a second station within Strathroy, considering that in mind. But it would be a satellite station, so it wouldn't be another station of this magnitude. It would be a 1 or 2 truck station. But this not only accommodates our current needs, it accommodates all our future growth as well. Roughing in areas so that they can be expanded upon for potentially full-time firefighters or around-the-clock firefighters sometime down the road. It takes into consideration a backup emergency operations center, because we lost that with the Integris building, so we only have Town Hall as the only spot. So we actually looked at everything, and we looked at the future And we believe that this is more than going to accommodate this municipality in its current location for probably the next 50 years. Otherwise, we would be making different recommendations. And we have, again, those contingencies for the other side if we need to. So that's, I guess that's it in a nutshell, but currently this apparatus floor is significantly larger than the current apparatus floor to accommodate equipment.
Thank you.
Councilor Derbyshire.
Thank you. So I'm just gonna go back to my original thing that I said before. We can get 2 halls for 10 million if we don't put it on this spot. This spot has already been told by A-Link, this, that, there's no room for expansion. Why not keep the old hall on the north side? Put this thing on the south side. We've covered that then. For $10 million, we have 2 halls. That will take us then to what, 2080? Like, as our population grows? Administration can move to this building wherever it is and they can go there. Where your aerial and the other thing can stay. They're all respond by phone apps. I don't know why the fight is so hard to stay in one spot that is so small and boxed in. They're gonna be there for 2 years anyways while they build this hall. If we choose another spot on the south side of the tracks, which we are putting a hotel there and numerous 3-story buildings living on that end by the end of Mary Wright School. We are expanding this way. Like, I would ask council to actually look at it from a financial standpoint where we can still end up with 2 stations in Strathroy for roughly $10 million. And if that doesn't provide bang for the taxpayer's buck, I don't know what does.
I have a couple of questions myself, if you don't mind. So I guess my first question, first of all, let me preface it by saying I'm not against building the station, and I'm not even against the time frame that we're looking at. I'm just wondering about why we aren't approaching this during our multi-year budget strategy, and so that we can see the debt that we will incur for building this building in conjunction with maybe the other large projects that we know are on the table, such as the arena and bridges and the sewage projects that we have, although I know those are done by our service fees, and just the other roads that we know we're going to have to do in the relatively near future. I'm just curious where all this fits in and why at least that portion of allocating the money couldn't have waited until the multi-year budget.
Through the chair to the chair. So as far as allocation goes, it's simply that. It's the starting of the 2024 budget. So it's going to be part of the multi-year budget, which is the 24, 25, 26, 27. So this just basically puts a placeholder in that budget. That's the first project that's sort of part of the 24, plus probably some of the stuff that was cut in 2023, to be honest. This is not a commitment to council so it gets put into that budget. And if then at the stage of when it comes to budget, we look at it based on the budget, based on the RFP that goes out, it may not be a project that moves ahead. But at this stage, what the report looks for is putting a placeholder in that 24 budget for the 10 million. Once we put it in the budget, we have to look at the financing. So obviously, part of the financing of this would be loan, would be a portion of it. We'd also probably be looking at some sort of grants as well, simply because it's the environmental impact of it, those kinds of things that we're looking at. So there's multi-pieces to the 10 million. The 10 million is not, we're not necessarily going to say, as treasurer, I wouldn't say that the 10 million is going to be a loan straight up. Obviously, we don't have reserves from the fire, so that wouldn't be out of it, but there would be allocation, and if it looks at 10 million and council's not comfortable with a $10 million loan, then the project would stop at that stage. So this is basically just putting things in place so that the process keeps moving forward. But other than that, there's no commitment other than putting a placeholder for 10 million in the budget.
So obviously, in terms of priority, fire is going to trump anything like an arena, for instance. Why would it be possible to continue this project to move forward to allocate the funds only for the design portion at this point and approach the allocating of the rest of the funds for the multi-year budget process? Is that a possibility?
Through the chair, that is council's wish. That's how it moves forward. You control the reins here. As council, it's just at this stage the report reads the 10 million. But if council wants to recommend X number of dollars to continue it moving forward, then that's fine as well. We just thought it'd be best to, because we're moving to that stage, to have that 10 million in there. But that's up to council.
All right. So we have a motion on the floor, which is as read. Do we have a seconder already? I believe we do, right? Sandy?
Requested a recorded vote.
Okay, then I guess we're looking for a recorded vote. Councilor Brennan?
In favor.
Councilor Derbyshire?
Opposed.
Councilor Wilsey?
Opposed.
Councilor Kennis?
For?
Mayor Grantham?
Favor.
Councilor Palmer?
Oppose.
Councilor Hippel?
In favor.
In favor for myself. So that passes
With all these.
for allocation only.
Oh, the location,
Yep.
the money, all right. And construction to start in January 24.
I will turn the meeting back over to Deputy Mayor McGuire.
Thank you, Councillor Pelkman, and I do apologize, and I want to take that just a second. It was not something that I had anticipated in reading all the materials, but as soon as I saw that we were dealing with a location request, I simply had to declare. So thank you for picking up a very difficult issue and doing a good job with it.
If I may say, I think it was a wise choice.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
It was a wise choice on your behalf.
I feel so, yes.
Not because it was contentious, but because you own property in the area and you're affected by the lane closure.
Yeah, I did not want to deal with the location issue. It would not be proper. So let me move. That was 6.3.2. So, Councillor Derbyshire, do you want to continue chairing?
Yeah.
Yes,
That'll work.
please.
Okay.
Please resume.
And 6.33, we will hear the report from Director Lilborn on the compressor replacement.
Thank you, Chair. The report in front of you this evening has, is just identifying that we have a compressor at the West Middlesex Memorial Arena, which we're doing our annual maintenance with regards to it and doing a complete overhaul based on the manufacturer's recommendations. The technician who is doing the work on the compressor has identified some significant wear to the point that they are recommending replacement of the compressor. They did say that we could fix the compressor and put it all back together and put new components in it, but they would not guarantee how long that piece of equipment would run for, based on the age and condition of the body of the compressor. So that being said, staff have recommended council purchase or direct staff to purchase a new MyCom 2M ammonia compressor, as well as allocating $75,000 for that, and asking for that project to be sole sourced to Black & McDonald, which is the municipality's contractor. The type of compressor is specific because we have 4 exactly same compressors at the Gemini. One of the 3 compressors has recently been replaced at West Middlesex, again for the same reasons, age, and it is a MyCom 2M. We are suggesting that we go with that type of compressor because now we've got redundancy. If this facility, and when I'm speaking this facility, I'm talking about West Middlesex Memorial Center, is decommissioned in 10 or 15 years, I still have a compressor that has about 25 years life expectancy in it that can be used within our inventory of facilities. When we go to build the new facility in Mill Bridges, I'd be recommending a MyCom 2M compressor, which again provides us with more redundancy in the event of any compressor failures. I did provide council with some options. Option 1 is basically the recommendation of the $75,000. Option 2 is $25,000 towards the rebuilding of the compressor, and option 3 is to decline any work to be undertaken. So I'm here for any questions.
All right, first we've got to put a motion on the floor. So we will put on, I guess I'll read all 3 of them and.
I can make a motion for one.
Okay.
I'd make a motion that we go forward with option 1 to replace it with the new compressor.
Do I have a seconder? Councilor Palmer? Oh.
I have a question, so after.
Okay, it's question period now.
My question, after we go forward with option 1, what would be left in the reserve? So I guess where is the reserve at now, and how much is this going to draw down?
I would have to defer to the treasurer.
Did we delineate which reserve it was coming out of?
Future needs.
So the future needs reserve currently sits at 2 million, and we've just allocated 1.1 for the Caradoc housing, so I believe another million, and then we removed, used some of that money in the 23 budget. So I would say we're pretty close to depleting that reserve if we were to add all those up.
Sorry, Director Dakin, you actually have identified asset management reserve.
So, sorry, the asset management reserve is over 2 million, and we've allocated, I think, 300,000, if I'm not mistaken, in the 23 budget. So there's still about 1.7 million left in that. And because this is, one of the reasons we thought of the asset management is because of the fact that it is an asset that, and that's what we sort of set up that asset management reserve for.
Any other questions? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm good.
Okay. Any other questions, comments?
So the motion is for all of these 3 points at this point?
No, he's just motioned 1 to accept the $75,000 compressor.
Through the chair, if I may, if we choose to not sole source this to our current refrigeration contractor, there is a good chance that we won't be ready for the start of the season based on our tendering practices of we need to at least issue a tender for 15 days. So I have to write the tender, have to issue the tender, then I gotta bring it back to council for approval. So we could be a month and a half before I'm back here, which is putting us into August. The ice starts in September. So I'm concerned that if we don't sole source it, we do have, we'd have time delay with regards to getting equipment back into place and opening up for start of the hockey season.
Questions or comments? Okay, go ahead.
Just wondering if Councillor Wilson wanted to amend his motion to include the whole package at the top.
Yeah, that was my mistake. So the 3 motions that, as written, including option 1 for 75,000, I would amend my motion to include all 3 as listed on the minutes.
Chair.
I have a question to either Director of Finance or Director of Recreation. What does a 2-week delay liability issue bring to us if we were to defer to get a better snapshot of how this is going to be paid?
Through the chair to Deputy Mayor, we'd have to delay the start of the rocket season.
That's all I needed to hear, thank you.
Okay.
No further questions.
So we're gonna amend the motion to be that council receives CS 2023-12 titled compressor replacement for information, and further that council approves and directs staff to purchase the new MyCom 2M ammonia refrigerant compressor for the estimated cost of $75,000, and further council directs staff to award the project to Black and McDonald. I have the Councillor Wilsey made it, Councillor Palmer seconded it. Any comments, questions? Okay, we'll take a vote. All in favor? Unanimous? Thank you. All right, that one's done. Okay. We are going to move on to 634, an outdoor movie screen and equipment. All right, take it away, Director Lilborn.
Thank you, Chair. This one is where people are giving us money, so yay. We have a sponsor who's come forward to assist with the purchase of a large 30-foot outdoor movie screen and projector. They have graciously offered up $3,000, and PTP has recommended to match that $3,000 to provide us with the funds to purchase the movie screen and associated equipment to go along with it. Now, and I hope all of you are familiar with our Movies in the Park that we offer throughout Strathroy and Mount Bridges, and purchasing this equipment allows us to do more, and I would suggest that we may want to reach out to the Melbourne Agricultural Society and see if we can do one on the fairgrounds located in Melbourne to get out across all of the community, or at least expand our reach. And this will allow us to do this. This purchase will be able to, this would be one movie. The value of what we're asking for this evening is really one movie if we were to rent all the equipment. So I'm here for any questions.
Okay, so we'll put the motion out there that council received report CS 2023-13 titled Progress Through Partnership, PTP, Outdoor Movie Screen and Equipment for Information, and further that council accepts the recommendation of the Community Development Advisory Committee to allow the PTP to spend $3,000 to purchase the outdoor movie screen and equipment. Do I have, thank you, Councillor Pelkman. Councillor Kennis, seconds. Questions, comments? Councillor Pat.
I guess just the only comment I had is that we know that this has been a popular event in the past, and it would be, I think, a bad move to limit the potential future of this activity in the community. It brings it's a great family activity, bringing people together. So happy to see this being done in a more fiscally responsible manner.
Awesome. Anybody else? Okay, well, let's take a vote. All in favor? Unanimous, you win. All right, I think we got one more. Yeah, it is, it's 635, Mount Bridges Arena Committee update, number 3. I will turn this over to Councillor Pell.
Thank you very much. So as council is aware, during the previous term of council, there were committees formed both for fundraising and for the building committee. I'm not going to speak to the fundraising side, just the building side, because I was a part of the previous one. We did a pretty hefty needs assessment survey. We spoke to a lot of user groups for what they were hoping for and looking for in the future, and what kind of square footages analysis we might have for each potential need that we came up with. We toured, I believe, six arenas. Yep. And then the election happened, and that committee was dissolved. So when the new committee was formed, we took a look at that needs assessment survey that we had, and started to speak to location and the future needs of recreation, not only for the Mount Bridges area, but really for the whole municipality. And so I want to stress that we're not looking at this as a Mount Bridges project, but more for recreation as a whole through the municipality. So what we also found really important, though, is that no matter what we do on that site, there's going to be impacts to existing services that are already there. There's soccer pitches, baseball diamonds, the Tri-Township Arena, Caradoc Community Center, and no matter what we do and where we place it on the site, something is going to be impacted. So we felt it important before we move any further that we consult the community. So the committee has, I would say, a favored option moving forward, but I don't want to say that it's a decided option. We just felt it's super important that we consult the community before we start spending money and moving forward on the concept that we have. There's a number of committee members here in the council chambers, so I guess I would put it out there if any of them feel there's anything that I missed. I know that for the concept that we are favoring, you're looking at a price tag of anywhere from $25 to $30 million, so it's a very, very expensive facility. I will caution the public to say that is really, really rough and high estimate. You start, as A-Link suggested, that the only way to cut costs is cut square footage. There's lots of square footage that could be adjusted up or down in the concept that we're looking at. And that figure also doesn't include work for the parking lot or demolition or moving of sports fields. That would be included when you're looking at the project in its entirety. So the ask for council tonight is, we're not asking for any budgetary decisions. We just want approval to move forward to go and present the work that we've done so far to the community in an effort to gain community support, to ensure that we're on the track that the community wants us to be on, and to keep the village of Mount Bridges aware as to what's happening for recreation in their area. Yes, Councillor Wilson.
Councillor Buckman, would we like to share the proposed date of the open house at this point, or want to wait till after council votes?
Well, we're hoping to do it on June 20th at the Caradoc Community Center from 7 to 9 p.m. That is, of course, that council grants us the ability to go out to the public.
Sorry, you have the mayor.
Oh, yes, Mayor Grantham. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Councillor Buckman. Thank you for your leadership on this. You said two very important things. One is the work of the previous committee. We should acknowledge that it was the basis that gave us the foundation where we're at today, and it has allowed us to move very quickly to get to this spot. So I think it's important to acknowledge the work of the previous committee, both council and citizens. It was a foundation where we're at today. Secondly, your comment that this is a municipality recreation facility, I think that's very important. People do see the very ambitious plans we have. This is going to be designed. Our wish is it's for the entire municipality. So again, thank you for your leadership on this, Councillor Kaufman.
I think it's been a good group effort. I don't want to pat myself on the back at all. So So I guess I am looking for a motion that council receive for information report CS 2023-14 titled Mount Bridges Arena Building Committee Update Number 3. Councillor Hippel, seconder, Councillor Wilsey. Questions, Councillor Kennis?
Yeah, just, I guess, during the previous term, there was a committee struck on funding or fundraising, and just wondering what your committee's thoughts are on where that's at, or whether there should be some activity in that area, or whether that should take place after you have your open house. Well, it would happen after your open house anyway, but just your thoughts on that at this point.
We haven't really discussed it as a committee. We've been focusing purely on design. Maybe Councillor Brennan, who was on that committee, might have something to say.
Thank you, Councillor Pelkman. One of the challenges of the last committee for fundraising was it's very difficult to fundraise for a project when you don't know what that project is. So until there is a decision on what's being built and there are conceptual drawings and people know what they're giving money for, it's very difficult to raise money for something that is indeterminate and hasn't been approved. So once a plan has been approved and council does decide they're going to go ahead with it, and we know that we're going to spend money, then we're in a position to raise money for something that we know is going to be built. A nightmare scenario is to raise money for something and then not have it built. And you're holding money that people gave in good faith, and you know, the project doesn't go ahead. So I think you'd be looking at having the project finalized and approved and have conceptual drawings, and everybody knows what's going on and they know what they're giving their money to and they know what's actually going to get built. And at that time, I think fundraising can begin. However, with that said, the conceptual ideas of how to structure a fundraising campaign, once those things have happened, could be discussed by a fundraising group. And they could talk about the stages of fundraising that would occur once a decision has been made. So I think preliminary work can be done just to plan for the fundraising campaign, but no money really can be raised until we know what's being built and what is being built. So with that said, I'd say at this point, the most you could do would be to put together a fundraising campaign of fundraising professionals who know how to structure a campaign and have that in readiness for when a decision is made.
Yes, Councillor Cass?
Just to follow up on that, I agree with Councillor Brennan saying. It's just sort of that fine spot in the middle there, because if you've committed to building and haven't raised any money and you're already building, then it makes it much more difficult to raise money because it's going to happen anyway. So there is that. I mean, there has to be that sweet spot when the time happens, and secondly, you know, when do we approach other levels of government and other places like that for funding in a project like this as well?
Councillor Brennan, I can see you can't contain putting your hand up. So.
I absolutely agree with Councillor Kennis, and so fundraising professionals will talk about the quiet phase of a fundraising campaign, where major donors are approached on the understanding that the project has not yet been approved or finalized, but sometimes major corporate donors will step forward with a quiet pledge, so that once the decision is made, they're willing to then state publicly that they've got, you know, so many $1 million to give to the project. But yeah, the quiet phase of the campaign is something that we could look at. You're quite right.
There is also the Director Littleborn, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the items that need to go into the arena once the arena is built, that would outfit the arena to get the maximum amount of, or I shouldn't say arena, to outfit the recreation facility to get the maximum amount of usage out of it. Would that be correct?
You're correct, Councillor Pelkman.
Councillor Baylor?
I would also suggest that one thing that could be done down the road is when we're looking at the cost of it, and then we'll start to break down where the money's coming from. If some of those grants, we could actually set a community fundraising target that we would expect the community to get behind and participate in, as part of their community center. So we could allocate that right from the beginning when we get started and break out what the whole cost of it's gonna look like.
And I think, Councillor Palmer, that's why we want to go to the community at this early stage. You know, certainly, this was a focal point for the village, and recognizing that getting the buy-in of the community throughout the stages as we move through design, if we can get them excited about what they're going to get, then that will certainly, I think, convey itself to the fundraising portion. Councillor Hippel?
Thank you. I would be remiss if I didn't bring up the fact that we have had a few people that talked about fundraising through in the community, but actually what I really wanted to remind everyone is that we did have a presentation by one of the user groups saying that they were ready to allocate and said they would allocate money moving forward. So the nice side of this is that if and when everything comes to fruition, we've got people on board ready to start.
I see no other hands up, so I am looking. Oh, yes, Councillor Herbshire.
Sorry, I just think we should amend this to receive it and to allow you to move forward with your open house. Because this just says we receive it for information. It doesn't say to actually progress forward or do.
You are correct. Who made the motion? I can't remember now.
Councillor Hippel and Councillor Wilsey.
Do you agree to that amendment?
I do.
All right, then I will call a vote. All in favor? Thank you very much. And so to the Village of Mount Bridges, I say I look forward to seeing you come out en masse on June 20th. We hope for a fantastic turnout so that people can educate themselves and see where we're at and give us the feedback that we're looking for to move forward on what will be one of the most expensive projects in our municipality in quite a while. So it's a super, super important project for our community.
Thank you.
And I'll turn the meeting back over to you.
Thank you, Councillor. So we are at about 2 hours and 10 minutes. Just looking at what we have left on the agenda, plus our in-camera session, we will be likely sitting for longer than 3 hours this evening. At 3 hours, we would be obligated to take a bit of a break. Does anybody want to take that break now? Councillor Hippel? Let's aim for, and that's fine, so I will designate a break now then. We'll try to keep it to 10 minutes, but when everybody gets back, we will reconvene. So we are on.
My bladder held out longer.
One second. Can we just have a motion to adjourn? Councillor Hippel, seconded Councillor Campbell. Recess. Okay, that was going to be my next thing. A motion to recess, Councillor Hippel, Councillor Palmer, all in favor? Yes. And that carries. Thank you.
Councillor Pelkman.
Okay. Thank you. So can I have, do I need a motion to resume? No, okay. So we've taken our recess, so everybody's back. Next on the agenda will be 6.4, Engineering and Public Works. So this would go back to Councillor Pelton.
Thanks, I'm just adding up the dollar value of all the things on the docket tonight that I ended up speaking to. Whew. Anyways, first up on the Public Works is the tender award for the Phillips Drain. And I'll just read the recommendation first, we can put it on the floor, and then if the director wishes to speak to it, he can. So the recommendation is that council award the Phillips Drain 2022 improvement tender to Robert Robinson Wilmsey Drainage Inc. in the amount of $41,233.70 excluding HST, and that council award the Phillips Drain 2022 road culvert replacement tender to JLH Excavating Inc. in the amount of $60,387 excluding HST. Does the director wish to speak to this at all?
Through the chair, I can just share that these are both awarded to the lowest bidders, and other than that, it's pretty straightforward. They're both posted on bids and tenders, so that's a public bidding site, and I'll just leave it at that. You did a good job.
Looking for a motion. Councillor Kennis, seconded by Councillor Hippel. Are there any questions or inquiries from members of council? Councillor Wilsey?
Just a question. There's no staff report on this, so we don't know how much the municipality is spending or where the work is being done. Kind of my same comments as the previous drain project. There's information missing that's not evidently clear by what's presented by staff.
Director Strauss.
Through the chair to Councillor Wilsey. So it's identified in the engineer's report under the cost analysis that they provide, and then we don't know what the tender results are until we get them awarded, and we don't know if council's going to approve them. So once they're approved, it's just that cost split amongst the whole percentage of the drain that's applied to each owner. So the municipality's portion of this project is actually very minuscule. It will probably result in just over $1,000 total.
And I guess my rebuttal to that is it standard practice to not get staff reports on all drain tender awards going forward?
I believe we did have the staff report and the drainage report prior to the tender going out. Would that be correct? Yeah, so
yes, that's correct.
This is the second time it's coming before us.
Excuse me.
Third time.
So just if I can, we typically receive a petition like we did earlier on this evening. That's just to appoint an engineer. At that point, the engineer and our staff meet with all the affected landowners. We can meet more than once or twice or 3 times until everybody is satisfied. Then we bring an engineer's report back. Council sees that before their eyes. The engineer does a report. Following that, if it's accepted, then we have a 30-day grace period where we bring back a court of revision if anybody doesn't agree with the works that are going on, but we have majority. Typically, we have no issues with it, so then we just staff put the recommendation forward for the court of revision to be closed, and then we do tender the project, and this is the result of the tender project.
So if I can put that into layman terms, after the engineer's report, if the cost was $100,000 and the municipality's portion was $10,000 and the tender turned out to be $110,000, then everybody's assessment will go up 10%.
Yes, that's correct.
Does that satisfy you, Councillor Wilsey?
No, I get that. That's in there. It's just that there's no staff report and there's no map showing us where anything's going. So unless we're going to go through and look at all of the information, like it's very difficult for anyone to go through and figure out what actually work is being done, when the construction is going to happen, or where.
So it was attached. This Spree and Associates report was attached.
And there's no maps in that report.
If I can, through the chair. So when the engineer's report was presented, there was a plan and profile attached. So there was a map attached at that time at the February 6th meeting.
So the expectation is that we have to go back to previous meetings to find the information on what we're voting on tonight.
Point of order. Maybe the gallery can be quiet.
I guess it's just, this is part of the process, Councillor will see that it come forward. I can ask that in the future that the maps be put in place, since it's the only attachment that's missing.
Yeah, I'd just like to see more complete information so that we don't have to go look into 3 or 4 different meetings it's a lot of work for these to bring them up.
Director Strauss.
Through the chair to Councillor Wilsey, so I think I can speak on behalf of all departments within the municipality that when we bring tender awards forward, we don't bring full maps of, like, I'll just speak, earlier there was a tender award, there was no map. When we bring construction projects forward, the council should be well aware of what the project is, and then at that point we're just recommending that the lowest bidder or whatever bidder that is be accepted as the successful tender.
All right, I'm looking to call a vote. All in favor? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Opposed? Are you abstaining? Okay, that carries.
Councillor, can I just intercede for one moment?
Yep.
To the members in the gallery, if your voices can be heard by us, and I couldn't, as members of council can, I can quite assure you that the microphone in the middle of our room here, the square box kind of in the middle of council, is picking it up. So we have learned, sometimes the hard way, that sidebar conversations and the slightest utterances in fact are being recorded and probably are better heard by people watching on Zoom than we're hearing in the room. So just for yourself and for the courtesy of council, to keep quiet while we're in the gallery. Thank you.
All right, that brings us to item 6.4.2, the Albert Street Pumping Station Force Main routing. I'll get my computer there first. So there is a recommendation that council receive report EPW-2023-34 Albert Street Pumping Station Force Main routing for information, and further that council directs staff to proceed with option 2 and take the necessary steps to acquire the necessary easements and land to proceed with this option. So I'm looking for a motion to put that on the floor. Made by Councillor Kennis, seconded by Councillor Brennan. Director Strauss, did you want to speak to this item, please?
Thank you, through the chair to the council. I'm actually going to share my screen now and then pass it over to John Tyrell from RV Anderson and Associates to do a short presentation on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have to make sure I've got the right distance so I'm not, everybody can hear me and I can hear myself. So we're just going to go through some information for you to bring you up to speed on the status of the Albert Street Force Main upgrade. Next slide, please. So the Albert Street Pumping Station is the municipality's largest pumping station, sewage pumping station. It has a capacity of about 142 liters per second capacity. That's pretty big. If for example, if it broke down to take, you'd probably between 100 and 150 pumper trucks per day just to take that volume to your wastewater plant. So it is a significant pumping station. As I sort of alluded to, the pumping station discharges to the Strathroy wastewater treatment plant via a combined force main, which is in some places 300, other places 400 millimeters in diameter, over 2 kilometer length. Now, basically a force main is like a water main, except instead of carrying water, it carries sewage. The existing force main is over 60 years old and has no redundancy, and the municipality would like to a second force main to provide redundancy. So, next slide, please. So if we look at the sort of the definition of the problem that is being addressed here. Again, the existing force main is installed circa 1960 and is expected to have reaching the end of its reliable service life and presents a high risk of failure. There's no
redundancy in terms of twinning it. There's no current parallel line to it or another route to send the sewage to the wastewater plant. Again, because it's the largest component of the sewage conveyance infrastructure in Strathroy, consequences of force main failure or present a risk to the municipality. And again, and then physically it would be very hard to do bypass pumping. As I said, you need a lot of people with a lot of trucks going full time, and then you probably wouldn't still be able to pick up with the peak times during your day. So just to give you an idea, maybe go to the next slide and I can just read this. Or no, maybe not. The existing force main runs along Albert Street through an urban on an urban road which has mixed commercial, institutional, residential properties on it, and then it runs south on Ellen Street, which is an urban road with industrial uses. It crosses the CNR tracks to the south, and then goes west to the wastewater treatment plant along the Canadian National Railway right-of-way beside the agricultural lands on the south side. So if we're looking at options as to what to do, we always try and put this in terms for municipal infrastructure. We always try and put this in terms of the class environmental assessment process. You know, whether we need to go through it or not, depending on the option we take, but we do want to take a look at that. So when you go through the class environmental option assessment process, the first option that is standard is do nothing. And that's really not an option because it doesn't address the risk and it's not being considered going forward. But again, over 30 years, on one or two occasions, I actually have seen the do nothing option be the most appropriate, but not in this case. So the two options we have is to route the force main along Albert Street and Pike Road. And then the second option is to route the force main along Albert Street to Ewart Street and then across the CNR right-of-way and then along agricultural land. So if we take a more of a look at the first option, option one, just if you can, just to sort of locate yourselves, obviously north is to the top of the slide. The red area there is to show what's the conservation areas, regulated areas, which are the areas that are prone to flooding, and you know, if you are doing work in them, you need permits for. So you can sort of see where the route from the pumping station, it goes along Pike Ave, then to Albert Street, and if we take a look at it crosses, there's two crossings, creek crossings. As I said, you are crossing a lot of industrial, commercial, residential lands, and you are also crossing the railway track. You're also, the force main also will be going out into, across the municipality's boundary to the plant. So when we take a look at the next slide, and we can come back to this if anybody has any questions, but just the advantages of the Albert Pike route are there's no class environmental assessment required, there's no need to require any easements, and as such it might be quicker time to tender. We look at the disadvantages, because it's going along the urban road and it's got two creek crossings. We have a high construction value of about $9.6 million with contingency associated with it. Given the length of the force main, there's a likelihood that we'd have to start replacing the pumps at the pumping station because the longer you pump, the bigger, more powerful pumps you need. Obviously, during construction, there'd be a greater impact on traffic and businesses. One consideration, depending on which way the municipality is looking at growing, when we put a force main down Albert Street, we're going to tie up more of the right-of-way. Again, two water crossings, which are expensive, and also anytime you're crossing or water crossing, you're doing you're going to be tunneling underneath, and you never know when you're going to hit a rock when you do that. Again, we mentioned where the asset's going to be through another municipality, and the longer force main also contributes to the additional cost. Option 2 is Albert Ewart. That's again, what we're doing there is we're bringing the force main part way down Albert Street, and then we're going south on Ewart through there's Municipality Street there, so we're going to go there. We're going to cross across the tracks, and we're going to take the we'll be looking at securing an easement if there's one not there already in the farmland there to bring the force main to the west into the wastewater plant. So when we look at the next slide, the advantages to this, the construction cost, the contingency is a lot lower, approximately $5.5 million. Shorter force main, less impact on business and traffic. The current pumps at the pumping station should be sufficient size, and the route is mostly within Strathroy-Caradoc. We're not going down other municipalities' roadway, and there are no water course crossings. So under disadvantages, and maybe Director Strauss could speak to this a little more, the municipality has been looking into the easements, and there is a possibility that there may be already, we thought that there wasn't an easement, but there may be an easement, a partial easement along that route. So that might actually make it a little easier than we thought, but we do still have to confirm if that easement along the farmland is sufficient size and it goes the entire way that we need. So, next slide, please. So based on that quick summary, and obviously there's a more of a technical document attached to the agenda, the recommended alternative by both RVA and the county staff would be option 2 for the following reasons: lower cost, does not tie up as much utility space in Albert Street. The risks for both options are, there are different risks associated with both options, but they balance out. And the other thing too is if we get the land acquisition sorted out, really the construction could be undertaken in the 2024 construction season, which, given, I know it's only the beginning of June, but if you're in, we're not in Florida, so we have construction season in winter in Canada. So basically, even with the other option 1, we'd still probably be looking at a 2024 construction. So I think all in all, the timelines of the two sort of are the same. And then again, just some additional information regarding the potential easement. Again, we have some new information that I think we found today. We still have to assess it. But what we'd be looking at if there was no easement, there would be getting an 8-meter wide permanent easement to allow a 400 millimeter force main to be placed along the property. We want to keep it outside of the Canadian National Railways right of way, because there's a lot of stuff that happens when you try. I'm sure council's dealt with railways before and bureaucracy and agreements, so if we're off it, it's a lot easier. We'd also be looking at potentially a 60-meter temporary easement to facilitate the construction. And again, if we're looking at putting that in the ground, we would be looking at doing proper measures along that farmer's field to make sure that we keep the horizons, the A horizon, B horizon soils separated and then put back so that there's no impact, in terms of soil fertility. And that's the presentation. I guess we can, any questions or comments?
All right, I'm looking for any questions from any members of council. Councilor Wilsey?
On this one, is there a reason we're not going down Ellen Street and twinning the existing line the whole way? Rather, we're going down Ewart instead of and just doing it that way?
There's more utilities in the ground down Ellen Street than what we can see on the map, and going down Newer Street would be less complicated. Is that correct, Director Strauss?
Yes, that's correct. We did go through a technical memo, and we did have more options presented, and then we narrowed it down to the two.
Councilor Derbyshire?
On a cost perspective, how much have we set aside for this? Did we set 3 million aside for this already?
Go ahead, Director Strauss.
Through the chair, no. To Councilor Wilson, Councilor Derbyshire. No, we have not set any money aside. We're strictly in the design stage. We have the 500,000 set aside for our design, which RBA is completing right now, and then our next steps would be to look for the future capital investment through user fees.
But it was included in when we increased the fees by 10%. This project was considered as part of those fees.
That's correct. Yes, it is part of that increase.
Yes, Councilor Derbyshire.
So then we have enough in reserve for this project?
Sorry, I would defer it to the treasurer.
Through the chair to Councilor Derbyshire, so this is very similar to like our DCs, where we would put the project in, and based on timing, those fees may be there depending on when the project comes forward. In this case, I would suspect that probably we're not having that money set aside yet, simply because of just the fees that we're charging on that right now. But they are built into the fees, so as we collect the fees, we'd be sort of replenishing reserves.
And when that report came out, maybe Director Strauss, you can help me out, that those 2 years of the 10% increase, we're looking at projects over the next, how many years, do you remember?
Through the chair to the chair, I believe it was the next 10-year horizon.
Which would have included the expansion of the wastewater treatment facility and the twinning of the pipe as the two major items in that piece.
Yes, correct. Yeah, those are two of the major ones, yeah.
Yes, Councilor Derbyshire.
I guess I'm just asking, if we don't have it there, we're doing both projects are moving forward. So both projects will need to be paid for in relatively the same time frame, which will be roughly an $11 million altogether project.
Yes, going to require some debt, yes, most likely.
All right, I just want to make sure as we keep adding numbers that we are clear.
Where's my? So at this point, we're not just approving the money, just the direction to start the design for the proposed route.
Yeah. Sorry, I do understand that. It's just one of these projects that he said we can't choose the option to do nothing. Right. So we can either choose 5.6 million or 9.7 million. That essentially is our options.
Yes.
Okay.
Councilor Kennis?
I just wanted to comment that 10-year time frame, all of the costs, we're raising the money over those 10 years. If we do them all in the early years, then yes, there'll be a deficit, and we'll collect that money as we get to year 10 to pay for it all. But the money is will be raised during that 10-year period to pay for these projects.
That's correct.
Yeah. I do understand that. You can sink yourself in the first 3 years if you take on way too much all at once, is kind of my point to this. That's all I'm trying to clarify, is there are a lot of projects that need to be done now, water, wastewater.
So I understand how you feel, because in my first term, as in Councilor Kennis's first term on council, we faced the same situation where we had to replace our sewage treatment process, which I believe was $12 million at the time, as well as build a new arena, replace our police station, and convert the former works building into a senior center. We did all that in the same year, and then we did nothing for a long time as we paid for that.
Sounds eerily similar, so.
It does.
Right. I get it. I just don't think we have the option to do nothing for a whole bunch of years after. There's $57 million of projects on Drake's Director Strauss's list of things.
Yes. Yes, I'm aware that as I'm adding up my tally for what I've spoken to tonight, it's $50 million.
Which is, I just say, we're going to do a multi-year budget. Obviously, this is one that can't wait for that. It has to move forward. We can't have that line break without redundancy. So this is my point on when we get to a multi-year budget, we will have a better idea as to what we're doing. So approving and earmarking stuff, maybe we should just be a little more cautious.
All right, I see no other questions, so I'm looking for motion, or sorry, have the motion, vote to approve.
We're approving option 2.
Yes, yeah, sorry, do you want me to reread the recommendation?
No, I just did have a question then about that. About in obtaining the easements, do we have to pay for that? Like, is there money to obtain an easement? Like, is there going to be added cost to do that if we choose option 2?
Yes, Director Strauss.
Through the chair to Councillor Derbyshire, so the cost estimate has an anticipated fee within it. However, earlier this evening, I'll say an hour before council, I did receive from legal that we do have easements over the properties to the west of Ewart Street on the south side of the tracks. But without going through those documents in depth, I can't speak to the formality of what that easement looks like, so we may need to acquire more, but there may already be an existing easement.
And what year did you say that easement was from? 57 or something?
It was from, I believe, 62.
62, yeah.
But that cost is built in there, you said. We've already kind of allotted to possibly do easements.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I believe that motion was carried unanimously, so I will now turn the meeting back over to the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Pelkman. Next up, 6.5, Fire Services, and Councillor Pipple would like to chair this section.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Well, so tonight we are talking about a service that already exists within our municipality, but only on one section of our fire department. So we're looking at doing, well, we're actually looking to expand. Basically, the recommendation is that council authorizes the fire department to expand the already existing limited medical tiered response agreement with, and before I say what's written in there, we have to kind of edit it because it's actually called the Middlesex London Paramedic Services. So I would like to edit that recommendation just so everybody can hear that that's what we're doing. And that we cover covering Station 3, Melbourne, to add both Station 1, Strathroy, and Station 2, Mount Bridges. So before I hand this over to our Deputy Fire Chief, for people, like, this isn't something that we're going in and we're pushing out EMS. We're not taking over. We're not making our firefighters do some crazy massive amount of more training that they're doing now. They've got an incredible we have an incredible highly trained fire service in Strathroy-Caradoc. And doing this, they have it in the report. I mean, the response would be limited to 5 things. So your vital signs would be absent, you'd be unconscious, you'd have farm or industrial accidents or entrapments, patient lift assists, which we all know is very vital, and obviously at the request of EMS. For us to not expand that to Strathroy and Mount Bridges, to me, I feel would be a disservice to our community members of the municipality. However, saying that, I'm going to send it over to our Deputy Fire Chief and let him talk to this.
Thank you. Through the chair to council, just to kind of expand on that a little bit. Firstly, Councillor was absolutely correct. We're not looking to remove Middlesex London Paramedic Service from responding to the community at all. They are an absolutely vital part of this community and provide absolutely professional and first-class care and coverage. This is kind of simply a matter of trying to close a loop that exists within the county as a whole. There are 18 fire stations in the county of Middlesex, excluding London, all with the exception of 2 deliver this level of service, which is a very limited medical tiered response, which, as Councillor Hibble alluded to, is to a very specific criteria. This is not hand-holding because someone's feeling unwell. These are very specific criteria that we would respond to. From a budgeting perspective, it would have very limited effect on the fire department's budget because we're already trained by Middlesex London Paramedic Service to the standard that will be required to respond to this level. And we already have the equipment on all of the apparatus as it stands as well. So it would just be a matter of expanding that tiered response agreement into the communities of Mount Bridges and Strathroy. It should be noted that all of the communities are, as it stands right now, this limited response is done by the police service, but the police service has a limited amount of personnel on duty at any one time, and if anybody has been involved in a situation where they've got to deliver any kind of CPR or medical response, and it's extremely exhausting, and there's a lot of other things going on around that situation. You've got relatives that are obviously dealing with a certain amount of angst that need to be calmed and dealt with, and so on and so forth. This additional response would have a very limited response on our total call volume. The research that I've done across all of the other stations across the county is it equates to 10 to 15% of their total call volume. So taking Strathroy station as the busiest one within our municipality, that would equate to an additional 35 calls a year, which is less than obviously one a week. But the outcome, the potential for a very positive outcome would be huge. There's a 30%, the chances of survival of a vital signs absent call goes up by 30% of getting that early medical attention. It's stated and well known that EMS has some issues, certainly not of their doing, offloading patients at the hospitals. So there is sometimes quite a delay for an ambulance to get here. And I know, speaking to some of the firefighters that work for different agencies, that we've had ambulances coming from as far as Lambton County. So this additional response is exactly that. It's not taking work away from anybody. It's designed to increase that level of care so as we can hopefully have an outcome, but it's done in such a limited way that it won't have an enormous effect on the firefighters that will be asked to do this, but it will have positive outcomes to the community.
Thank you, Deputy Chief Beasley. Before we have discussion, we do have a recommendation on the table and we need to bring that forward. Oh, sorry, yes.
I'm going to make a motion that we defer this and direct fire department to go back and consult with London Middlesex Paramedic Service to try to bring back a joint proposal. And I'd ask you to call for a second on that so I could speak to it further.
I'll second that.
Okay, Councillor Wilsey, and, okay,
May I speak to it further?
yes.
So there has been conversation with the fire department that I was involved with. One of the concerns raised was that potentially the fire department does not have the authority. We don't have the authority to do this. Per the motion, that legislation leaves this in the hands of the paramedic service. To some degree, that was researched rather quickly, but researched by the fire chief, who then told us at the meeting that He had spoken to the Ministry of Health, and the Ministry of Health confirmed that that authority to provide care to a 911 call for assistance where EMS was required does live with the paramedic service. So there was a good discussion. I thought it was very fruitful, but I am not sure of anything other than I'm quite sure that I would like to see our fire department administration engage, and I know they have tried to engage, and I don't think overly successfully, but that they re-engage with Middlesex London Paramedic Service and have a report. I'd like to see a joint report, but I mean, they're going to come back with a report, and in that report, I would like to make sure that our legal ability to make a decision here is stated by whichever governing body is making that decision.
Mayor Grantham.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor Hippel, and I'm gonna reiterate what the deputy mayor said. I said in those meetings, in theory, I support what we wanna do here. Let's just make sure we do it, in fact, have the legal authority to do this. So I think I've already seconded the motion, but I would like to, again, authorize the fire department to begin discussions with MLPS to see what's possible.
Okay, so I'm just actually going to send it over to Deputy Chief Beasley. Could you comment? Do you have any input on this? I'm a little confused, so I'm gonna let you go here.
So, through the chair, I think that what we need as the fire department is that the will of council is that we do this. So if everybody's in support of us moving forward and providing this level of care to both communities, and that's the will of council, then we will definitely end it. We wouldn't be able to say, if you said yes, it's a good idea, we wouldn't start delivering this service tomorrow, because you're absolutely right. There are all kinds of legal ramifications. But if we're going to have this conversation with the EMS provider, the medical provider, we need to have that will of council as on the table. Because if it just shows up that the fire department has decided that this is a good idea, and that perhaps council doesn't support that, then we're kind of having this conversation with our arm tied behind our back. So if the will of council is that this is a good idea and it's something that we need to explore further and have the very conversation that the Deputy Mayor alluded to with the EMS provider, then certainly I think that's a good move moving forward.
So would I be wrong if I was saying that's so what the deputy mayor is saying and what the mayor is saying is basically what we were asking for in the beginning, like which is what we are asking for the recommendation?
That is what my motion is. It's a direction. My motion, as stated, is direction back to the fire department to speak to MLPS.
Okay. No, I know that. Oh, sorry.
So can I?
Yes.
Sorry, through the chair to the Deputy Mayor. I understand that the direction is, but as I say before, if we've got support of council that everybody thinks that this is a good idea, that we do provide this coverage, and as I say, it's not a decision that we can make, and you're absolutely right, but if everybody here supports it as an idea, then as I say, when we're having that conversation with the EMS provider, which we would have to do, and obviously from the legal side and everything else, we would be able to say that this is something that the community and through the council would be interested in exploring.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Derbyshire.
I think, maybe I'm wrong, but I think what the deputy mayor is saying is that we should send the fire department back to speak with the EMS or whoever the governing body is to see if that meets their approval before they bring it to us and say, we would like you to back us up on doing this, which is what they want us to do by the sounds of it. It's to have council support to go and say, council supports us in doing this. But I would like to know whether they want them to do that. We already have the police doing that and EMS. So the Station 3 or Melbourne Station does it because they are that far out for ambulance to get there. That is why they do it. So, in my opinion, I would agree with the deputy mayor where go back and make peace with EMS or whoever is the governing body over what's going on, and possibly maybe speak to the police whether they would like to step down, and then you can be the responding unit for that, as opposed to have us put our will into it and say, we want you to do this, now go do it, is what they're asking us to do.
Okay, I'm going to, Councillor Pelkman, but before I get to you, I was going to just confirm, I think, well, I'm pretty sure that our deputy chief and our chief both spoke to our police department, and our police chief was supportive of this, was he not?
Yeah, that's correct. I did speak to Chief Campbell and was supportive of this idea.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pelkman?
There's no report of that, so that we're on to hearsay.
I just have two questions. My first would be to the deputy chief. I'm not worried that any firefighter would shy away from the call of supporting the EMS. My question would be is that I would just want to make sure you're 100% comfortable that this isn't going to overburden the volunteers. I would feel more comfortable with this if we had full-time firefighters on site. And in saying that, since we do have some full-time firefighters, would they be, like, say if it was a lift, would they be attending as opposed to calling volunteers out of their jobs and perhaps overburdening the volunteers? That's my first question. Second question is, I would really like clarification on the wording of what your motion is before we vote.
Through Chair, Councillor Pelkman. As I say, it would be a very limited response, so the actual expansion of calls would be very limited to each station. And the way in which we would deploy the resources wouldn't be, it would be done on a squad basis, so we would actually we wouldn't have like an all call to have everybody respond. It would be on a limited squad basis, whether that would be on a rotation that's to be determined moving forward. But we wouldn't be that we would have everybody rushing to the station. And to your second point with regards to the lift assist, we already go to those if we get a phone call from EMS, and we respond in that way as we would normally.
I guess I can speak from experience with our own place of work that we don't experience many times where we have to wait for an ambulance. They're pretty on cue all the time. So.
Okay, oh, sorry, Councillor Hammer, I'm sorry, you're to my right, and I'm like, I can't even see you.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. Just so I understand correctly, with those criteria you set out, would you be responding every time there was one of those calls, or just when Middlesex Paramedic Services was not available? That's my first question.
Within that limited criteria, it would be every time.
Every time, so
yeah.
Not just that they were busy, can you come?
No.
It would just be, okay. And then the other was sort of, it's kind of been mentioned already, and that is, I would be interested to see some sort of data to back up that this is needed. So for example, if, the police and ambulance services are saying, things are bad at the hospital, offloading, and we know they are, that, there were this many incidents in Strathroy where if you could have helped out, we could have increased the time, or something to support that this is needed, not just something we want to do. But I would like to know whether it's actually really needed by the community, and I guess that goes back to the paramedic services. That's just my only comment.
Okay, Councillor Wilsey.
In the report that comes back, I'd also like to see why these two stations are not doing. I'm sure there's some precedent as to why it's not done. There's not two stations in the county that don't do it just for no random reason. There has to be a precedent and a regulation as to why these two departments are not doing that. And I would like that included in the report to find out why we're not doing it now. I think if there's a reason there, we should know what it is before we even think about changing it.
Okay, so am I putting, okay, so I'm gonna actually go to you. Sorry, Councillor Brennan, I was not ignoring you, I promise. Go ahead.
Yeah, great discussion. There is an interesting document or package, the Middlesex County Fire Department's tiered medical response protocols, where it lists by each of the municipalities, Adelaide, Metcalfe, and all the others in Middlesex, what happens at each of the stations. And as I look through this with Adelaide, Metcalfe, the Curwood station, it's a yes to all of the 5 criteria that we're talking about here. And the same thing happens with virtually all of the fire stations throughout Middlesex, with the 1 or 2 exceptions, like the Granton and Lucan stations. There's a no under unconscious, but there's a yes under the 4 other criteria. And as I go through this, I see it's yes at every single station for each of these 5, where we have the fire stations responding in a manner that is being requested for 2 of the stations we have in our area. Melbourne responds to all, but the Mount Bridges statement, it's no, 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 and on request. And Strathroy stations, it's no, 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 and on request for, the vital signs, absence, farm industrial action, stuff like that. So what I'm seeing here is that virtually every fire station in Middlesex County, with the exception of Mount Bridges Station and Strathroy Station, has this medical tiered response criteria. Is that correct? Just through the chair?
Yes, through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, so every fire station in the county, except 2 of ours, has this. And I would think that we would want to generate the political will as a council to say that we want that level of coverage as well in Mount Bridges and Strathroy, if it's being determined that the police feel that they are not able to provide the same level of coverage. So I take Deputy Chief Beasley's point that he's asking for us to vote the political will to give him the ability to go and talk to the county service and say, our council wants this because they want to have the same level of coverage for these 5 criteria within their jurisdiction as every other place in Middlesex County. And I myself would like to give him that kind of support when he goes into the room to make a negotiation, to make a request. Now, we will find out once that discussion takes place what the legalities are and what the permissions are. But I don't like the idea of sending our deputy chief or our fire chief into a negotiation to try and get better coverage for very, very critical coverage for the safety of our people without having the support of council. I do agree we want to have a coordinated response. We're not voting here to have our fire service just go out and arbitrarily start doing this without having any kind of consultation with the county. That would be ridiculous. But I do think it's reasonable for our deputy chief or our chief, when they go to have a negotiation, to say they have the political will of council, that this council wants the same level of coverage in 2 of our fire stations that exists in virtually every fire station in the county. So I would want to have this council vote to give him that political capital to go into a room to make a negotiation. And then they're going to have a negotiation, then you're going to come back to us with the results of that conversation. So that's what I'd be saying. And so I would be voting no against the proposed motion by the deputy mayor. I want to see our fire people have the negotiating firepower when they go in and say, we have the support of our council wants this, as opposed to, may we please have a conversation. So that's just my 2 cents worth.
Thank you, Councillor Brennan. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. So Councillor Brennan and I are not far apart on our stance at all. However, perhaps I worded it improperly. I don't know. So and I'm not far off where the deputy chief is at also. I guess when I read the recommendation, my concern is that it authorizes the fire department to expand. So to me, that means go ahead and do what it is that it's about, as opposed to begin consultation with EMS to provide an expanded service. We have to get back to MLPS because it's my understanding, although in brief format, that the authority to do any of this stuff is given to MLPS. And so we need a servicing agreement with MLPS to do what it is that the fire department wants to do. So I am agreeing, I would certainly be agreeable to using the wording of the recommendation, but it can't be to expand the already existing limited. It's to begin a conversation with MLPS to provide a protocol and a servicing agreement to expand. It's critical. MLPS has to be part of this conversation, from my understanding. And that comes primarily from the fire chief himself, who made a phone call.
Okay. I'm sorry, I have to go to the mayor because I'm pretty sure I missed him. Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
No, thank you, and I agree with what Councillor Brennan said. I would like to send the fire chiefs with some ammo. The deputy chief, legally we cannot authorize the fire department to expand, because that's given them direction that we don't hold the power to give them. So I would simply say, council authorize the fire department to begin discussions with MLPS to look at whatever the wording is. We just can't legally give authority that we don't hold. And I do believe the people who told us that. So I would like to see wording that says council authorizes the fire department to begin discussions with MLPS. Wording to that effect, then it does give council backing for the discussions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So can I try to put an amended motion on then that gathers everybody's conversation here?
Yes.
So let's use the wording that's on the document for ease of our clerk. That council authorizes the fire department to begin negotiations with MLPS to expand the already existing limited medical tiered response agreement with London Middlesex Paramedic Service covering Station 3.
Okay, we will amend that. Councillor Wilsey, I'm pretty sure you were the seconder, were you not? Are you okay with that amendment?
Yeah, I'm okay with that, as long as we also include comments from the police when it comes back as well, because we don't have any official comments from the police on the attachments.
Well, let's leave that out of the motion for the moment.
We can leave that out of the motion, but we can have that come in. I'm sure the deputy fire chief would bring that in from our police chief.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to be clear, the data that, sorry, through the chair to Councillor Wilson, the data that you see before, these fancy graphs were certainly not produced by me at the fire department. They were produced by the police department with the expensive data for the calls and everything. The police department brought those forward to me. The rather rustic looking blocks and squares with yes and no in it, that was me.
Okay, thank you. All right, okay, so I've just to make sure, I'm gonna get to you, Councillor Derbyshire. Okay, so we've amended that, you've been okay with that. Now I'm going to you, Councillor Derbyshire.
So we are not giving ammunition to go into this. We're allowing them to have a discussion.
Yes.
Right? Not ammunition. I just want to clarify because
yes.
His worship said, give them ammunition. We are saying, not even political, just go have the discussion. You are 3 emergency resources. You don't need us to say, get in there and do this. Go have a discussion with them. We aren't politically backing this or shoving it to make it sound like council wants this, and that's why we're pushing it forward.
No, but what we are doing is we are giving our deputy fire chief and our fire chief our permission, the authority from our council to go in and have those talks, because they can't just go have those talks. We have to give them the authority to do that, which is what I believe our mayor, deputy mayor, and which is what the motion states. Correct? Yes, I'm getting a nod. Yes. Okay.
Okay, I'll go with that. Other than they went and spoke with everybody else without our permission, so it seems kind of weird that we're now going to say, get out there and go. We give you the will of council when you already went and did it. You brought it here and we said, ooh, this sounds a little bad. maybe we better get more clarification from here. But let's put political power on you and give you a cape and get out there and make sure you get it. That's what it sounds like.
Okay, I don't think that's what we're doing, but I know what you're saying.
Can I ask that the motion be reread, please?
Yes, I'm gonna, yes, thank you, Brianna.
Okay, so the amended motion is, moved by Deputy Mayor McGuire, seconded by Councillor Wilsey, that council authorize the fire department to begin negotiations with Middlesex London Paramedic Service to expand the already existing limited medical tiered response agreement covering Station 3 Melbourne to add both Station 1 Strathroy and Station 2 Mount Bridges.
Deputy Mayor, is that correct?
That's my correct, or my motion, yes.
Okay, and Councillor Wilsey, you were, okay, all right, let's do the vote. All in favor? Those who are not? Okay, it is passed. Back to you, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, item 7, we have reports from boards and committees. I would like to pull item 7.1 out. I have a question for our Director of Recreation. Does anybody else want to speak to anything? No? To Director Littleborn, is there any update on the pickleball situation? And you prompted me on this, so I'm asking the question you prompted me for.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor McGuire. I'd be remiss not to elaborate a little bit on item 6.1.2 in the minutes for the CDAC meeting, which is titled Pickleball Lines, Caradoc Community Center. This is actually a PTP project. We've had a generous donation from Bev and Ruth Ann McGuire from McGuire Food Stores Limited of $2,000 to help install and cover the cost of the pickleball lines that we want to put in at the Caradoc Community Center, and those funds would be matched with PTP funding as well. So I wanted to make, it wasn't clear in the minutes, so I just wanted to make it clear for council that there is also an expenditure of PTP money of $2,000.
Thank you, Director Littleborn, for making that note. As I didn't have time to get anybody else to ask that question, so I guess it was self-serving. Other than that, I'm looking for a recommendation that the reports from boards and committees be received for information. Councillor Kennis, seconded Councillor Wilsey. Any further discussion? I see none. All in favor? Motion carried. Consideration of bylaws, Madam Clerk.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor McGuire. This evening, the first bylaw before us is bylaw number 30-23, which is a bylaw to adopt a municipal alcohol policy. I believe this is recommended by the Community Development Advisory Committee at its April meeting. So we're looking for a mover and a seconder for this bylaw to receive first, second, and third and final reading. All right, Councillor Hammer, Councillor Dennis. All in favor? That carries. Bylaw number 3123 is a bylaw to appoint staff member Daniel Minen as a building inspector for the Municipality of Strathroy-Caradoc. The recommendation is that bylaw number 3323 receive first, second, and third and final reading. Do I have a mover? Councillor Brennan. Seconder, Councillor Kennis. All in favor? Carried. Bylaw number 3223 is referred from the tax rate report we received earlier this evening. So this is a bylaw to provide for the adoption of 2023 tax rates and to further provide for penalty and interest in default of payment thereof. We are looking for bylaw number 3223 to receive first, second, and third and final reading. Is anyone willing to move that motion? Councillor Kennis, Councillor Pelkman, all in favor? Okay, carries. And the final bylaw this evening, bylaw number 3323, references the report from Director Huff regarding the community improvement plan. So just to note that the bylaw and agreement already prepared on the agenda only references the first project that was approved, which is at 2051 Lockwood Crescent. And an additional bylaw agreement will be forthcoming regarding the second project that council directed or moved to approve this evening. So this one is only specific to 2051 Lockwood Crescent. The execution of a community improvement plan, additional unit program grant agreement between the Corporation of the Municipality of Strathroy-Caradoc and David Vandenberg and Amanda Konash regarding 2051 Lockwood Crescent, Mount Ridges. We're looking for bylaw number 3323 to receive first, second, and third and final reading. Is anyone willing to move that?
Question.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Brennan?
I'm moving it.
Oh, you're moving it? Okay, Councillor Brennan? Seconder? Councillor
I'll second it, but I have a question.
Okay, Councillor Polkman?
Is there a notice requirement that we just couldn't add the other address onto this bylaw?
Perhaps Director Huff can speak to this, but I believe the agreements are pretty specific to the project and the project location. So I believe a separate agreement will have to be drafted specific to that additional project at a different location.
That would be correct. And as well, we tend to, we have the agreement signed by the owner, so they would be signing an additional agreement that is specific for this special project. Thank you.
Sorry, I was trying to save everybody a lot of work.
The thought went through my head as well, but I confirm. Okay, so that was Councillor Brennan and Councillor Polkman. All in favor? Okay. And that carries, and those are the bylaws this evening.
Thank you. Item 9, new business. I see none listed. Does anybody wish to bring any up? I see none. Item 10, County Council report. To be brief, there are 2 reports provided in your... Oh, the Mayor. County Council report, or did you want to speak to new business?
No, I want to speak to one item on County Council report, if that's okay.
Absolutely, Your Worship. You have the floor.
I refer everybody to the minutes for May 23. We've got a couple of questions from councils regarding the county loan program. And there was an update given on May 23rd county meeting. And there are 5 councilors on the county who weren't aware of the loan program. So Cindy thought it prudent to give an update to council before they move forward with our request for the loan program. So I just want to point that out. Deputy Mayors, there were some questions about the status of our loan request.
Thank you, Your Worship. Other than that, I will say that there's the 2 reports filed in our agenda, so I'll just leave it at that and move along unless there's any further questions. I see none. Inquiries by comments by members. Shall we go around the horseshoe? Councillor Pammer. Councillor Hippel.
Just a couple of things. It's June, so I know you all know that, but which means we've got graduations coming up. We've got a very busy time in the academic world, whether it's elementary or secondary schools, and it's a pretty exciting time too, because we've got a lot of great things going on in our community. We have a ton of elementary schools. We've got 2 secondary schools, obviously, and it's just a great time for us to be able to go in when we're talking to the graduates about their leadership roles and the skills that they bring moving forward to our community, because they are our next leaders. So we're lucky enough to be able to go in to the graduation ceremonies and present awards and certificates, but just to be able to shake their hand and say, job well done and good luck in the future, because they're going to be taking care of us one day. That's it for me.
Councillor Pelkman.
I don't think I can top the pickleball situation, so
No
I'll call it a night.
Thank you. Councillor Brennan.
The pool opened today, and there was lane swimming, and there was aqua fit, and everybody had a lot of fun. And the young staff are there; they're doing a great job, and the pool looks great. So everybody should consider buying the season pass, the all-inclusive season pass. You save a lot of money if you use the pool a lot, so that's what I did. So anyway, the pool's open, everybody, so jump in the water and have some fun.
Councillor Derbyshire, Councillor Wilsey.
I'd just like to take this chance to remind everyone that we're having a meet and greet with the Ward 2 councillors next Friday in coordination with the Legion and Mount Bridges and the Fish Fry. We'll be there for the second half of that. Anyone who wants tickets, you can talk to the Legion. They're still available till Monday, and the councillors will be there for the last half of that. If anyone has any questions for us.
Thank you. Councillor Kennis.
Just quickly, the Saturday market is on, and I know that the municipality has a booth, and I know that each of us is taking our turn being at the booth along with the directors of the municipality, and so yeah, I'm working this Saturday, and I hope lots of people stop by to talk about their experiences in Strathroy-Caradoc. So, and we look forward to seeing them out there on Saturday mornings.
Wonderful, thank you. Your worship.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. In case anyone wonders where I am this weekend, I'm in Halifax. And if anyone's been watching the news, Halifax has been stricken with wildfires. It's not too far from where I am. And I did see today that the county imposed a fire ban in the county and in our municipality. So I ask everyone, please adhere to the fire ban. I believe it's still hot and dry out there. I know talking to my daughter today, it was cooled down somewhat, but it's been rather dramatic. So here in Halifax, so let's do our part in our municipality adhere to the fire ban. Thanks, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will just note that on Wednesday and Thursday of this week, up at the Gemini, the Association of Ontario Road Supervisors are holding their trade show. It is being hosted by our Roads Department, and Director Strauss is heavily involved in that, so thank you very much. It starts at 8 o'clock a.m. till 3 o'clock on both days. It is up at the Gemini. Over 200 exhibitors are going to be there. A number of booths, both indoor and outdoor, and it does look like it's going to be a great week. They're expecting to draw over 2,000 visitors to our communities, so well done, Director Strauss. With that, schedule of meetings, Monday, June 19th. You will see Tuesday, July 4th is the amended date from our, what is that day called? Canada Day. Yeah. For some reason, Victoria Day was jumping in my mind, and I'm thinking, it's not Victoria Day. That's right.
July 4th is the American.
Well, yeah. And then Monday, July 17th. So we will now be moving into camera. I am just going to ask for a quick recess. So if I can grab a quick recess while the room clears itself. Okay, Councillor Pelkman.
Councillor Pelkman. Councillor Pelkman.
The clerk has asked that we get the motion to move in camera first, and then we'll take a break. So, Council, I read this out for all, and then I can ask, right? Oops. Do I want this read first? It's good that we have a clerk that knows how to run this meeting. Council may move into closed session to discuss a legal matter, two property matters, and a procedural matter as permitted by Section 239 of the Ontario Municipal Act and Council's Procedure Bylaw for the purpose of a litigation matter regarding a former servicing agreement with Adelaide Metcalf for the potential sale of industrial property and proposed industrial land acquisition, and to approve in-camera minutes meetings. Can I have a recommendation that Council move into closed session? Councillor Pammer, Councillor Kennis, all in favor? That passes, and we will now resume in camera in just a moment. Now. Thank you. So we are now back in open session. I will report that council did move into a closed session, discussed a legal matter, 2 property matters, and a procedural matter as permitted by Section 239 of the Ontario Municipal Act, and council's procedure bylaw for the purposes of a litigation matter regarding the former servicing agreement with Adelaide Metcalf for the potential sale of industrial property and proposed industrial land acquisition, and to approve previous in-camera meeting minutes. Get that right. With that, I will be looking for a motion to adjourn. Councillor Palmer, Councillor Kennis, all in favor, that passes. Thank you very much for your time this evening.
Not bad, 4 hours and 20 minutes.